Recording in progress.
Time being 6 o'clock, I call the February 11th, 2026 meeting to order. Take a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Note to residents. All citizens are welcome to attend the public meeting in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using the number 1-929-205-6099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join the Zoom webinar using the information provided below. Meetings are recorded and archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown repeatedly on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. The Zoom webinar ID number is 849-1778-3849. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Announcements from the chair. This meeting is being recorded by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. This meeting may be recorded by others. There's no councils participating remotely. Upcoming events. The Town Council office hours will be held on next Thursday, February 19th at 8:30 a.m. at the Franklin Senior Center. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda, in compliance with Chapter 38, Section 20. The open meeting law. The council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on the matter raised during citizens' comments. The council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. Is there anybody in the audience? Dave?
Dave Callahan, 30 Plain Street. Just come and give an update about what happened at last night's school committee meeting. And so we had the FY27 budget open hearing. I know it's kind of part of your doc, so I won't belabor the moment, but ultimately the budget was presented out. It's a 2.5% increase from last year, a very sustainable level service budget. It's right on our website if you haven't had an opportunity to check it out. And I have to give just some amazing accolades to our school business administrator, Ms. Malati. This, it's a line-by-line budget that really kind of outlines exactly how every single dollar is spent, and what she ended up doing was going the extra mile. And anytime there was a change, plus or minus 10% from last year, there's a whole column that fully explains, in just, real words, what exactly, why did that change happen, where were the savings found. It's fantastic. So we can kind of talk about like transparency. There's nothing more transparent than our 3+ hour meeting as we go through every single dollar. It's all right there. It's right on YouTube. And I also just want to give a shout out. Last night during that meeting, we had almost the entire council watching just on Zoom alone. And I know everybody watches on different ways, but it was the most amount of kind of counselors that I saw just on our Zoom meetings in the 5 years I've been on school committee. And I know to kind of steal Steve Sherlock mentioned the new logo, but the first of many. I'm sure it's going to be the first of many of those opportunities. Franklin itself, we have a lot of financial challenges and struggles, that we've encountered. And as we kind of move ahead financially, as you kind of see in your documents here, and you look at the 5-year forecast. But it's by all of us kind of working together, collaboratively, kind of move those chains, is how we're going to find that progress. Because we're not all here working for the betterment of one department over another. We're all working together for the betterment of just this entire amazing community. And it was so amazing and refreshing to kind of see everybody here engaging. Councilor Jane Callaway Tripp asked some wonderful, insightful questions. And it just, as we start on this new budget season, it was on such a hopeful note. And I look forward to more questions and more meetings as we kind of move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Dave. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch it. I was keeping an airport open. But I'm sure it was a great meeting. Is there anybody else? Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Sherlock, 13 Magnolia Drive, Community Information Director for Franklin Matters, Franklin Public Radio, and since I'm doing more video, I should say Franklin TV as well. Good evening. Thank you all. 2 quick public service announcements. First one, somebody may recognize, certainly the name's going to be more recognizable, but Ali Rayum has published a children's book. It'll be available on February 20th. As you may or may not be aware, she's had a brain injury, and Buddy the Brain enables that conversation with the youth in terms of what does a brain injury mean? How do you deal with it, et cetera. Wonderful read, available March 20th. She'll be doing some additional communications so everybody will know where to go and get it. Second one, did you know the number 2 killer from Massachusetts is high blood pressure? I did not. Did you know that the library has a blood pressure stand? It's actually a desk. You can go, sit down, spend a couple minutes, put it on, take a test, and find out if you're in that key range or not, because you do need to do so. So I did speak with Alicia Sullivan, the nurse, and as Dave alluded to, which is a good setup, not a steal, this is the first of many, and yes, kudos to the town, because it's truly there, first of many, a collaboration between the health department, the library, American Heart Association. This is the first library that has that blood pressure kit, not only for a test in the library, you can take a kit out along with the book or the CD that you're going to use, et cetera. So it's available both ways. Additional details, I'm sure Felicia and others in the library can explain.
Awesome.
And given the results last night, as Dave's already mentioned, in terms of the participation, clearly we've got a struggle with our structural deficit. We've got financial analysis. You're going to get more details tonight in terms of this long-term plan. The fact that there's a number of interested folks in regards to actually doing a strategy as to how that plan is going to be developed, I have hope that we may be the first of many communities to address that significant structural deficit that's facing everybody across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to give you the update. Last night, we were out clearing the roads. That was our 20th event. We recorded 44 inches so far this year. We are now over our operating budget. We're about 1.51, so about $110,000 over. Still got to do a couple solid analysis, but I just want to give you a heads up on that. And but the weather's looking really good. I mean, 10 day, it's like warm. It's really looking good. So the boys have been working really hard. I think, it's been a lot of hours. And I made the joke to Jamie, it's Saturday, so it's snowing, because they've come in almost every weekend. So, but thank you.
I know that. Anybody else in council chambers? How about anybody in Zoom land?
No.
Nothing? Okay. Moving on. Councilor comments. Councilor Malloy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick thoughts.
First, Steve Sherlock, is there a correlation between the budget work we're going to do and blood pressure?
The better you do, the better we're going to be.
Can we get those kits here for a couple of meetings? Just a quick comment about the new format. This is we voted last time to kind of change things up a little bit, so this may feel a little bit different to people. One of the objectives of that was to try to put councilors' comments closer to citizens' comments, so to the degree we could collaborate, discuss. We don't have a referee here tonight, but, you know, to the degree we want to try to facilitate some better communication, that's the intent. But I did want to take a second to remind everybody here and at home that you can use email. There's a feature on the town website where you can email the council with questions, comments, et cetera. We can't all respond to every email for open meeting laws, but I think that might be a good way to, you don't have to wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks for a meeting to make your voice heard. You can communicate anytime. I think many of us are trying to be as responsive as possible to even one-off respond to those things. Maybe even direct your concern or your comment to the appropriate town people who can maybe help. So just keep that in mind as another way to communicate. And I was just going to add another thank you to the DPW folks for all the hard work they've been doing all season. I know it's been tough, and you've been doing a great job, so thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any Councilman Would you?
Just a couple of things quickly. It has, what's that song, A Long December? Yeah, wanted to say thank you again to DPW for all the work that they've done over this very wintry season. The fact that we're already over budget is, does cause some concern, but it's the reality of just, where we are today. I think we're all here because we know that the town has some financial challenges that we need to address. What I appreciate about the folks on this side of the table is that we're all on the same page with we need to understand both how to fix it today and put together a plan for how to position ourselves for success in the future. To that end, I also wanted to just say thank you to the school finance folks. The documents that they've shared, which are available online, I believe, I think are helpful and more educational and beneficial than I think some of what I have seen historically. We have some tough decisions that will need to be made, but but I'm glad that we're getting closer to having the right information to help inform those decisions. And just to piggyback a little bit on what Councilor Malloy mentioned, to the extent that folks are seeing things, have additional questions or thoughts that they want to make sure we address, please feel free to reach out. Email's really a fantastic way to at least make sure you're getting heard, and we can see how we can incorporate it as we think about our budget and our financial situation as we look forward. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things. One, I wanted to mention that the Franklin Food Pantry finished their Super Bowl drive this weekend, and they brought in more than 6,000 cans of soup. So I wanted to recognize and commend the generosity of the Franklin community for participating in that and for making sure that our neighbors and community members are fed, especially now when it's cold and things are tight. I also wanted to mention, and the benefit of us speaking at the beginning is that we can respond to things, but the drawback is that Dave Callahan stole my comments and now I'm going to repeat them right after he gave them. But I just wanted to mention that the school committee budget hearing yesterday, I was glad to hear that so many counselors were able to attend. I wanted to commend Superintendent Jaguar, Jana Malati, and their staff for just the incredible work that they've done. I wanted to mention, as Dave Callahan already said, that they maintained a 2.5 increase. They were incredibly intentional and thoughtful in the way that they planned their budget. They made changes, but it's still level service. And they didn't try to restore anything that had been cut when when the cuts had to happen due to budget cuts. And I think that's something that we, as the council, should keep in mind as we are looking at the municipal side of the budget as well. I also wanted to mention that Councilor Callaway Tripp had some great questions, including one about the revolving funds for the school. And that was reiterated that the school revolving funds cannot be utilized for any purpose other than what they are collected for. And I know that has come up several times in council chambers, so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor LeBlanc?
I'm still wrapping my head around having to do comments at this time, so I'm going to pass this week.
Okay. All right. We'll hit you up double next time. All right. Councilor Angelo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank all of the department heads for being here for the capital budget and for the operating budget today. I know it takes a lot of time out of your busy schedules to, and time from family to be here, so I appreciate that. I also want to thank the Finance Committee for their work putting together, or working on reviewing some of this and being the first pass, the first line of defense for the budget. I think with that, I'll pass it over. I don't have a lot.
I don't really have too many comments, except that I do want to thank the schools for their new budget, because now I don't have to slam my head in the wall when I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So that was a very big plus for me when I saw that, because I can understand what I'm looking at, and my eyes don't have to be gouged out of my head now. So thank you for that. And that's pretty much it. Not too much going on.
I'm so glad that you don't have to gouge your eyes out,
Me
Jane.
too.
Makes me, I'll sleep better tonight. So I'm really excited to see councilor comments piggybacking on after citizen comments. It doesn't seem like a big change maybe to people, but in other meetings where hours and hours have gone between what somebody brings up and when we can actually respond to it, hasn't been the best, right, people? So at least now we can respond relatively quickly when things are brought up, and look to Jamie to get people the answers if need be. And it'll also make it better for viewing on YouTube and other things, because it'll be relatively immediate. Want to piggyback on thanking all the department heads for being here tonight for yet another meeting. We're starting budget relatively early, so thank you to the school department, certainly for getting everything tied up nicely this early. I'll throw the little sort of referee thing out that the discussions ahead tonight are going to be difficult. And it's not, the intention is not to divide us. The intention is to try to figure these things out as a group. It's not a popularity contest. We've gotten some emails already about, can you walk a day in the life of a school teacher in Franklin? And my response back is no, but I can certainly walk the walk as a parent of kids in schools. But we also have to walk in the shoes of our fire personnel and of our police personnel and of our Veterans Affairs people and our senior center folks and our librarians and everybody that shows up to work every day. So we're going to deliberate, because that's what you've elected us to do, and we're going to look at these capital requests, and we're going to start these budget conversations. And if a decision or something is brought up, it does not mean that that person is anti that department. So we have to stop that rhetoric that has been going on for years in the community, that somebody is like anti-schools because they have a question about schools. That's not the case. And I just know from looking at this that there's going to be a lot brought up tonight, and we're going to do our very, very best to meet everybody's needs. So with that, thank you again, and I'll yield.
Well said,
Sure, I'll be quick, just a few things. First of all, Steve, thanks for bringing up the blood pressure. I think that's an important point to make. As someone who has high blood pressure, it needs to be constantly under control, and I think a lot of times especially men, we don't like to go to the doctor, don't like to get things checked out. And I've seen so many people, friends, people my age, who've suffered strokes or heart attacks. So it's really important to make sure that you get your blood pressure under control. So thank you for saying that. Dave, your comments about the budget, first of all, the work that the school committee did last night was terrific. So great work. We definitely want to work with the school committee, understand the challenges, and move forward as a united team for the town of Franklin. So just want to echo other people's comments on that. And then finally, Brutus, great job by the DPW, but I think you did come here in the beginning and say that we were seeing less snow every year. So I think you jinxed us a little bit. But, because I was thinking going through that, I'm like, oh gosh, don't say that. But anyway, yeah, it's been a tough year, but the guys have done a great job, and thank you. Thanks to the DPW team for that. That's it for me.
Thank you. I also thank you, Steve, about bringing up high blood pressure, but those machines sometimes I don't think Reed could. So Chuck, you might have to bring an EMT in, I think, pretty soon to do it the old-fashioned
Have 'em on
way.
standby.
Yeah. But I do like council comments here, right after citizens' comments, because as you know, with the long meetings that we've had, sometimes you got citizens' comments and you're saying to yourself, listen, maybe I'll do it next time. It's a shorter meeting, so this time it works. I think it will come out great. I just want to thank all the department heads in the school committee and everything for working so hard over the years. Jamie, your office, getting everything done. Nancy, everybody, all the department heads. I know it's a long time. A lot of hours that you put in that you probably weren't getting paid for either. So I do appreciate that. Fire, police, everybody. I do want to give a shout out to one of the officers, Samuels. He's coaching the JV basketball team. I love seeing that because I know our sons, my son and Jean's son, went to school together, and a lot of the police officers back then they were all coaching, and it really brought the kids together. They're still friends with them now. You know what I mean? They're still talking to him, so it was awesome to see that. So kudos to him. So with that, I'll leave.
Okay.
I am tired, so. Subcommittee committees we don't have. Town administrator report.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple quick announcements. There'll be a press release going out today and tomorrow and some data. It's a slight bit of bad news, obviously with all the weather and the cold snap we've had. Unfortunately, our aggregation program, which has a 14-cent per kilowatt rate, now has to be adjusted to a 15-cent kilowatt rate. In the absence of going into a massive hour-long breakdown of geopolitical energy markets, which I will not do, I think we all know that the East Coast and the eastern half of the United States has seen an enormous cold snap over the last 3 months, and it's put a major, major stress on the system. And I think to what Brutus said, and I think Councilor Grella, we haven't really seen this in a while. So that will be in effect on the March readings. Hopefully we'll jinx it the right way, and the next couple weeks will be good. And hopefully at some point later this year, we can try to reverse that rate and go backward. But this is not just unique to here. It's kind of like the budget issues Steve talked about. It's going on through all the aggregation programs for the entire system. And you're going to see and probably hear more of this in the news on the entire eastern coast just because of the cold snap that's there. We're going to send a press release out. We do have a website that is off the town administrator's page with all municipal aggregation information over the last 6 years. But before the news gets lost, there's a couple other points I want to point out on that. The rate that's there is 15 cents per kilowatt. That's still slightly lower than what your average National Grid basic rate would be right now. So people are still going to be saving money as long as they don't increase their usage. I always have to say that, right? Because if you increase your usage, it doesn't matter what the rate is, you're going to be paying more money regardless. And many of the former councilors, particularly Councilor Frangillo and many others, did speak highly of this program. We entered into this actually before the pandemic, and but as fate would have it, the rates went into effect during the lockdown of the pandemic. This is now our 7th calendar year, And if you aggregate up all of the savings under the aggregation program versus what would have been paid through National Grid basic service, residents have saved over those 6.5 years, $16.4 million in electricity costs. So I understand somebody may say, oh my God, a penny more, you know, it's obviously gonna cost me more, affordability is troublesome. But I wanna also make sure the message gets out there clear. You know, when the lockdown was happening and when there was inflation and global supply chain problems, this aggregation program protected every residential homeowner in this town and the small business community from seeing 25% rates, 25-cent rates at some points. There was 22-cent rates. So in the aggregate, the town by far has been in the savings model on this. So even though that this is a cent adjustment for an extreme circumstance, I hope all of you and all the staff and the people watching at home still realized we really dodged the bigger bullets over the last 5 years when inflation hit in 2022. Residents here were paying 10.5 cents per kilowatt.
Yes.
National Grid Basic was like 28 cents per kilowatt. So people saved a lot of money over those years. But I also recognize that most people didn't know those savings because they didn't see the 25-cent rate. They didn't see the extreme spikes, and everything stayed really stable for very long. You can still, at 15 cents per kilowatt, do a lot of comparables, and it's not apples to apples, by the way. Electricity and energy markets are an extraordinarily complicated thing to dive into, but I did want to announce that. And the second thing is, by the next meeting on March 4th, Julie and I will have one additional colleague in our office, so we're excited. We're hopeful two, if the references turn out. So at the next meeting, hopefully we'll introduce the new communications director, and hopefully I'll have an announcement on the part-time admin. So other than that, that's the town administrator's report.
Chairman, I got one question. I know it went up a cent because of the weather. Will it go down?
Yeah, no, I know
I
that's.
doubt it would, but I know probably people are saying, well, if it went up because of the cold, is it gonna come down when it's
Yeah.
warm? And I know the answer before I said it, but.
I gotta walk a pretty fine tightrope on this one, you know, my hope is that is the case. And in
Yeah.
aggregation, you have a little more flexibility. These are not decisions that are being made by me. These are decisions that are being made by the ISO New England and a much larger, overly bureaucratic energy system. So I can't say it can come down, but you are gonna see a different rate in the summer anyways, because energy usage is usually less unless there's heat waves. So to be determined. Let's just at least knock on wood that we can have 45 degrees for the next couple months, and then we'll take it up when the spring's over, but.
I know, no, I'm just, I know.
I know everybody, I know.
Emails saying, is it gonna go back
I know
down?
tomorrow it's
So,
gonna be,
yeah.
I'm gonna get a million questions, but
Yeah.
I can't answer that formally because I can't guarantee that that's gonna happen. I would love it to go way down even further than it is, but, but still, the germane point, I think, is assuring people that during the extremely massive spikes in electricity costs over the last 6 years, this program protected everybody.
No,
in this
it did.
community.
We
It
got a
protected
lot.
people in a very significant manner. So hopefully most people will take that nugget as opposed to, will it come down in a few months?
No, I know, I mean, because, like you said, nobody saw it, because if you didn't do anything,
Right.
you automatically went into that group.
Yeah, you'd opt out.
You
Yeah.
were opt out.
Yeah. Or you had to choose the green product.
Right.
If you wanted to pay a higher percentage for the renewable energy. Yep.
All right, no proclamations or recognitions. So I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of January 21st, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion, deletions, anything?
I have one question.
Mhm.
I was just reading the minutes, and like, for the minutes in that meeting, that was when we did the appointments and everything was like perfectly there. When we went down further and we were doing some of the presentations, not all questions that were asked were put in there. It basically just made a line that said questions being asked and then listed answers. So I'm just curious why the questions aren't actually being listed.
No clue. I'd have to ask Judith, our scribe. I'd have to, I don't know. I mean, I think I can guarantee you after, and once we get to AI transcripts someday, I'm sure that'll be the norm. You know, I don't know exactly why one thing versus another. I mean, I think you would agree these minutes are generally done at a level you'll never see anywhere else. She does the best minutes I've ever seen in my life by far. I don't know why a question here or a question there. I don't know. I'd have to ask Judith what the logic is when she's typing them out.
Okay, because I just noticed it's just starting to do it that way, and I
Yeah.
just wanted to find out, because typically when you ask a question, it's to be having it on the record.
Sure.
If the question is not being showcased, it's theoretically not on the record, so I just think that we need to be careful with that.
I think at some point, we've just got to go to AI transcripts. And, you know, we can't do that now because that's not, we still have to keep minutes by state law. To me, this is something they should be getting rid of. Everything's on video too, and I know there's a difference. Some people don't want to watch video versus read. But I think the only way to do this right is to just have the verbatim transcript done. Hopefully at some point, I'm hopeful at some point Zoom will have the technology that it will just do this, right? Everything we say at a meeting will just be recorded on a transcript and there won't have to be any quality control. We've tried the AI technology and the quality control is terrible. They get names totally wrong. I mean, it's not very well done. So the technology is not quite there yet, but I think at some point, I'm guessing, you know, hopefully in the next few years, we won't have to pay for minutes. We won't have to have it in the budget. And every meeting will just be transcribed in artificial intelligence.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just want to point out, this whole process that we have here is to review the minutes. So if there's something that is missing, you know, you have the ability to make an amendment to put it back in. That's why we do this. So if there's something that's missing or inaccurate, you know, you can make, one of us can make a motion before it's approved to
That's true.
correct it. That's why, that's our job to do.
This is, Jane, do you want the minutes tabled to the next meeting so we can find out the questions that were omitted, or are you okay with it as is?
Let's table it, because I think the questions should be put in there.
Okay, I would be in favor of that, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
me too.
under the circumstances.
So
Thank
I
you.
would entertain a motion to table the minutes.
Second.
Can I just say to March 4th?
To
You have to have a
March-
date, you have to have a date
Oh,
certain.
yeah, table
Okay.
it to the March 4th
To
meeting.
the March.
Stepping in for Mr. Sorrell, who's under the weather.
All right, you gotta step in for them. All right, so we have
Motion and a
a
second.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion is tabled, right?
Motion is
Yeah.
tabled to March 4th.
Appointments, we have none. Public hearings, none. License transaction, I believe we have one, right?
Yep.
All right, hold on. I have it.
Okay, maybe.
I have the capital, I have free cash, I have,
Oh, Ted, I'm sorry, you'll have to get out of the packet.
no worries.
It's a
Oh,
new
right.
system, we're learning it.
Just give it a minute.
Want me to do a quick intro? This is a stock.
Sure.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, for everybody's, I think this is, for most of you, your first vote on a liquor license, and it's okay. This is really the easiest of the easy. State law requires under liquor licensing that you have to go through, there are dozens upon dozens of varying applications on liquor licenses. And one of them is when there's a change in the officers, the manager, the directors, stock options in the company, for some unrealistic reason, all of you have to approve that application to send it back to the ABCC. And basically, the reason is they want to check local compliance with building code, local compliance with health code, and local compliance with paying taxes. So that's really the only reason. So all the departments have signed off on this application. Just for by way of background, we have an online permitting system that the applicant goes into and fills it out, and Julie manages all of that and does a fantastic job. And we have contacts in all of those departments who go back in. They know their responsibilities at health, treasurer, building, fire. They all go in and they check off the box when they're compliant. And then on the resolution, all departments have signed off on the application. And so this is a very generally non-controversial issue. I think Mr. Nick Zazula, who, I think, Nick, you're a regular here. Are you at McQuilty?
I am, yes,
Yep.
sir, that's
So
correct.
if you have any, you want to do a quick introduction, but I don't think there's anything else to add, right?
No, that's correct. This is strictly, first of all, good evening, everybody. I'm out here in Zoom land. I apologize not being with you in person, but I represent Shaw's Star Markets for all of their liquor licenses here in Massachusetts. And as was just stated, this is, an administrative change on the corporate level. So we need to file this amendment to make sure that the liquor license for your town and for the state is consistent with the officers and directors who are listed with the state for the corporation. So this application is just to update the records for the corporate entity. There are 0 operational changes for the store itself, no changes to the hours, layout, manager of record, any of that. So it's really just an administrative change that, again, as was stated, just has to go through the town first before it goes to the state. So happy to answer any questions if anybody has one on the council, and thank you very much.
Well, let's have the clerk read it first, and then we'll go to discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This license transaction is modification of the Section 15 Retail Package Store Wine and Malt Beverage License, change of officers and directors. Shaw's Supermarkets, Inc., doing business as Shaw's, located at 255 East Central Street in Franklin, is seeking the approval of modifications of their Section 15 Retail Package Store Wine and Malt Beverage License to include the removal of Robert Bacchus as president and director, the addition of Robert Larson as president and director, the removal of Bradley Beckstrom as group vice president and secretary, and the addition of Marilyn Beardsley as secretary. All departments have signed off on the application. The motion is to approve the request by Shaw's Supermarkets, Inc., doing business as Shaw's, located at 255 East Central Street in Franklin, for changes of officers and directors as described above.
Do I have a second? Second. All right, so I have a motion and a second on discussion. James?
I have three questions. Where this is like a license for corporate, for like a broad of the stores, is it typical for them to have multiple licenses with the same names on them? Like, that's okay?
Yeah, I mean, Nick could speak to this too, but under state law, grocery stores, for example, have a quota of amount of licenses they can have statewide. It's changed over the years. It was originally 3, and then the legislature upped it to 5. I think it might be up to 6 or 7 now. So it's not uncommon for chain stores, especially like this, grocery stores in particular, to have multiple licenses.
Okay, second question is, I noticed on the thing that back in 2006, it was in a Boston location, they had a sale to under a minor. So how does that take effect with their licenses if they have a sale for a minor?
So there's a bylaw in our town code that when there's a violation, it's ironed out, and specifically when there's a violation like that, there's a penalty that the council then enforces on them. The stock options and the change in officers have nothing to do with the actual violation or whatever happened in 2006.
Okay.
But obviously the paperwork, they're required to, to disclose it. But in our town code, there's a strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 set of bylaws in there, and the council has to follow the bylaw that's in the town code. So actually on violations, it's a local ordinance, not a state one.
So would it be only if the violation happened in Franklin?
Correct.
No, okay.
Yeah, if it happened in another city or town, the violation would take place there, correct.
Okay, and then my last question is, in the thing, Exhibit A, it says, $15 for off-premise. What does that mean?
So off-premise, Oh, sorry, did you say $15?
It's a little squiggly thing.
Yeah,
It's
the
not
little
ours.
squiggly thing,
Oh,
yeah.
I wasn't wearing my
So the
glasses.
squiggly, it's okay, the squiggly is actually a legal reference. So what section 15 is referring to are off-premises licenses, which means you purchase the beverages at the supermarket or the package store, and then you take them home. There's a section 12, which is on premises. Those are your restaurants. So it's just a reference to the
So that's
statute,
common for any, like, liquor store, grocery store that sells alcohol?
statewide.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
got it.
It's actually, it's just an MGL reference, Mass General Law.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at the Corey request forms. This is two minor things. I don't know how minor they are. But first is they're required to produce a form of identification to the notary public to prove they are who they are, and that's left blank on both of the forms. The other one is the notary public, Danielle Albano. She's the notary public for the state of Ohio, but she works for Albertsons. Is that a conflict of interest for a notary public to sign papers for their own client?
Threw me a curveball, Max. Nick's gonna have to answer that one.
No, the only.
I don't, typically, that's a great question, I can jump in. Typically, usually if a notary does not tell you what the identification was, usually my understanding is it's personal knowledge, which is appropriate for a notary, meaning if you know the person to be who they say they are. As a notary, I would put in personal knowledge, but my understanding is that the ABCC, which is the state commission, would accept this as being blank because the insinuation is that it is personal knowledge. I don't think there's a conflict of interest for a corporate form such as the Corey. If there wasn't an issue, the state ABCC on their review, if approved by the council, would raise it to us at that point in time. I do know that this Miss Albano has notarized a lot of their corporate forms in the past without any issue. So I would say precedent states there wouldn't be an issue, but it's a great question. It's never been raised to me before. And if it is, the state would ask us to address it. So I don't know if that helps answer your question. I think in both instances, these Corey forms would be acceptable to the state, but it's a good catch overall.
I hate to put you on the spot, but I could ask the notary public, Danilo, in the audience to see if she has any comment on that.
Max, I'm a notary too.
Oh, you were notary? Okay.
The only violation, the only person you cannot notarize is
Family.
yourself.
And family,
And-
immediate
and
family.
Immediate family, brothers, sisters.
It's,
and stuff
it's
like
common
that.
for companies to have a notary. on
Yeah,
staff.
and
Absolutely.
they can do,
Yeah,
they can
a
do
lot of
everything.
attorneys' offices have notaries that notarize for their
Yeah.
attorney's office. I notarize all day long here, obviously, even.
I'm a
for
notary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the first floor's got several, so, yeah, I think the only restriction is immediate family.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's as far as
yield.
I know. That's why I have Nancy.
That's why we all call it Nancy. Even my
Is
wife
there
goes
any
to
other-
Nancy.
Is there any other
Tomorrow.
questions? If there are no other questions,
she was just in the other
entertain a
She was,
motion
yeah.
to pass the license transactions, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Okay, now we're done with the fun stuff. Here we go. All right, Jamie.
Yeah. For the folks at home, I guess, if you're looking for the budget documents, we have a budget website, FY27 is set up. Just like we've done the last several years, we're going to put in chronological order from the start of the season to the end, every budget document we have. I think in past years, we've been trying to include a lot of the school materials there so people can feel like they can go to one place. Or you could go to tonight's agenda on the town calendar, look up the agenda, and all the materials are there and all the links. We've provided in the packet a memorandum from myself to update folks on the budget model. We've put in there a new FY27 budget model and a 5-year fiscal forecast through FY32. Seems like, I can't believe I'm saying FY 2032. But we put a 5-year forecast in there, really 6-year, including this one, for people to just look into the future a little bit. I would caution people on reading too deeply into the 5-year fiscal forecast, because I think, as everybody knows, over the next few years, a tremendous amount is going to change with federal, state, and local budgets. But through you, Mr. Chairman, I think I spelled it out, hopefully pretty clear for folks about all the variables. I don't really have a lot to say or to present. It's pretty early in the budget season, but I think, as I put in here, you know, it may not be optimum, and I think, as several counselors mentioned earlier during counselor comments, obviously there's a lot of decisions to be made by the council and the school committee and the finance committee this year. I think all the department heads are here tonight, and the school department representatives are here tonight to answer any questions for folks. Happy to answer anything that people have, but I think, you know, my guess is the public is probably going to look forward to hearing from the 9 of you. I think I've spelled it out pretty clearly for folks, but maybe there's still some gray areas. It's not prideful to sit here in a situation where we have to use free cash to try to balance the budget, but as I think all of you know, there's going to be a lot of choices, you know, coming up, and I think in working with the superintendent, I think one of the strong themes from our perspective is, you know, it goes without saying, I think the last 2 years, maybe 18 months, have been a rodeo ride around the budget in this community. For him and myself, and some of us that have been working here for, you know, 5, 10 plus years, this is a problem that dates back 15 plus, nearly 20 years ago now. The structural budget deficit has always been an issue in this community. Obviously, the 2 overrides last year that failed, particularly the one last year, has put us in a position that if the override had passed, we wouldn't be sitting here today with these extremely grave choices between capital, infrastructure, facilities, public safety, teachers. But we are where we're at. And I will say that using free cash, unfortunately, is not something that's uncommon in Massachusetts. And it's going to be something, I think, that's more common over the next few years. So I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it up to the rest of the council to ask any of the department heads or myself any questions, and kind of keep it short, and give you guys the floor to deliberate.
All right, so we'll go through it, and then, you know, if you want to call the department head up, feel free to call the department head up to explain your question. So Council Malloy, I guess we'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Where to begin, right? So Jamie, am I right to say that the budget, overall budget, including schools and whatever, we're going up 5%?
That's probably about right, yeah.
27 to 26?
Yeah.
26, 27. Yeah.
26 to 27, yeah. So it's like 6.7 million.
Yeah.
Is a quick arithmetic that I
Yep.
did on that, okay. And the schools, I know they moved all of their benefits and pensions and all those things over to the town budget now, which kind of helps clarify some of that. So I'm looking at that and just going through, and I notice on the detailed budget, a lot of the expense items are flat.
Yep.
Some of them are down just a touch.
Yep.
A couple of them are up a little bit. And I know as we have time to go through and massage this, I'd like to look at some of those expense items that have gone up and see if there's other opportunities to reduce them, keep them flat, what have you. I don't know if that's a discussion for tonight, but that's something to kind of anticipate, I think.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, really quickly, down the bottom of the entire memo, I do a budget calendar section of dates
Yeah.
to look forward to, and just for those that are home or here that are new, when I release the full budget and anticipate on March 27th, that's where, if you look back to FY '26 and you go to the budget book, which is usually Appendix A, that's where you get the itemized, you know, every single staff member, salaries, all the expense line items, even not just the aggregate, all the details. That'll be in that budget book that will be released as part of the entire budget.
Okay, great.
So, once you go through that, if you see something that's questionable, you know, during your budget hearings in May, in June, you guys can, you know, amend, you know, anything that you might see. But, you know, obviously between now, tonight, and then, if you all want to have more budget meetings at the council level, or if you want to watch the finance committee meetings in early April, they will go through every line as well. So that's usually when the line item budget comes out.
Okay. So, I mean, at first blush, I'm kind of looking at that 5% increase, which I thought might be a touch high, just
Yep.
overall, considering the 5-year projection. Your comments are well taken. You can't read too much into that, but
Yeah.
5 years out, you know, the budget's at 184 million versus 152 today, based on the assumptions and everything else that's in there. So another 30+ million over the next 5 years. I know it's a projection, but the trend is obviously scary. So I think it just begs the question, and Steve alluded to this earlier, like, we need to try to figure this out.
Right.
You know, and this year, I guess I'd like to tweak this as best we can, to get it as lean as we can. Because every dollar we save now is gonna like compound over the next number of years, so I really would wanna kinda look at that. And as we look at budget and all that planning, I think, you know, growth is something we need to keep in mind. We've gotta figure out a way to grow our way out of this over time. So, those are kind of my initial questions. Just on free cash from last year, I guess I was asking myself as I'm sitting there looking at this, saying this time last year, it was override, or we're gonna make all the cuts that we went on to make because the override didn't pass. And this year, we're gonna use free cash and restore a good bit of what was cut last year, including the additional police officers, the ambulance crew, which I think is either on board or will be soon, right?
This month, yep.
The deputy town administrator role is coming back, the communication piece is new. Just conceptually, is that all due to the use of free cash?
I don't know if I know, I hope I answered the question right. In this model, yes. Because if we didn't use the 2.1-ish of free cash, then you'd look at those new positions or restored positions and say, okay, well, there's about 470,000 there you'd take off. But then you'd have to cut these departments another 1.6 million or so to make up for that, right? So, you know, I think to your point earlier about how some of the expense items level out, they're flatlined or they dip, that's actually common. So when we do the model in August, we just assume 2.5 down the side, but you know, there's savings in there. And so the irony is the budget deficit's almost exactly the same as it was last August.
That's what I noticed.
And
yeah.
there's also revenue growth when we talk about 5%. Remember, local receipts are going up 5% every year. So just to differentiate between, I think, some comments I make and people get twisted around, when I say 2.5, I'm really focused at, first of all, we've been at our levy capacity for 25 years. So we have no excess levy capacity. In fact, 90+% of the communities across Massachusetts are at their excess levy capacity, which is a troubling statistic for other communities as well. When I say 2.5, to me, that's the COLA, cost of living adjustment. 75–80% of the school, of all our entire budget is personnel. So when you're looking at personnel and you're looking at staff, you know, the COLA is, in my view, and I've said this for a long time, and my predecessor did too, it's the spinal cord of your culture, of your community and your staff. I mean, I think a lot of that gets into the us versus them that I think is behind us because of the 4s that were done a few years ago. But in all sincerity, the 2.5, when I say that, as a budget, just to, you know, this is like in the fall. You look at it and you say, okay, well, the personnel costs are at 2.5, right? At least from the COLA perspective. DPW, police, teachers, fire, they all have unique stuff in their contracts about educational incentives and other things that are time off, that are unique to their unions, right? So when you look at the 2.5, because it's a majority of your budget, that to me is the single most important factor. However, when you're looking at local aid going up 2.53, which is a little underwhelming, but still just a nick above, and then you're looking at some expense items coming below 2.5 or 0, or even, you know, saving money from the previous years, you know, that's where about right now you start looking at much more honed in numbers. But I just don't want people to forget, like, for us, local receipts, you know, it's plateaued. I believe. I hope it isn't, but I hope the economy continues to grow. But still at a 5%, most of that money is offsetting costs in the municipal budgets, right? I mean, if you even look at the revenues, you know, our office brought in, we brought in more revenue last year than what was projected, right? Well, all that revenue, and it's hard to pinpoint to an exact dollar, but, you know, 5% of my salary is offset by fees coming in from the work I do. You know, 5 or 10% of Julie's salary is offset, the town clerk, everybody in here, right? So when you see that revenue growth at 5%, that's not uncommon overall, the number you pointed out earlier, because some of our revenues are going above 2.5% or some of our line items, right? So I hope that answers your question about free cash. I mean, if we weren't using free cash, the alternative would be to have a discussion tonight and over the next several months about what we're gonna cut. And I'm not gonna speak for the superintendent, but we certainly meet often and talk about this. I think the last couple of years have been very tumultuous, they've been very erratic. And to be in a position where we can have a budget model where there are no cuts, that we're not talking about losing police, fire, teachers, you know, other support staff for all the other departments, you know, I think as everybody's getting their foundation and footing underneath of them, it might be nice to at least have a safety net there for a discussion point so that, and that's just the logic framing it, that's the logic behind the free cash piece. You know, certainly there's a consequence on the other side, which we'll talk about later with capital. But I hope the takeaway mostly is the override last year was not a joke. This was the real deal. And I think it's going to be really hard to find where you're going to cut $1.5 million without other issues that fall downriver, whether it's the schools. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, I don't know about all of you. I heard loud and clear myself from disgruntled board members, committee members, citizens, people over the last 8 months about how angry they were about losing the Halloween party, losing the SROs, losing the police officers, losing the revenue from the ambulance, losing the paramedics, losing the LPN at the senior center, losing Sundays at the library. The cuts from the schools, you know, obviously over the years have been tough from enrollment-based declines and the redistricting issues and all that other stuff. But I think from my perch, I have yet to find anyone who's thrilled, or very few people, I should say, if any, that are thrilled with the cuts that were made over the last year. I have found very, very few people who were happy that the library was closed on Sunday, for example. So from my standpoint, as I file a budget, I look at that feedback and I say, there was something else missing in this community for a year that didn't get out to people to make them know what was at stake last June. Because the feedback I've gotten has been overwhelmingly upset, disappointed about the cuts. And I felt like, at least from my perspective, filing a budget, I wanted to preserve a budget that didn't make any more cuts, didn't bring the community more division, and I wanted to try to put forth a decent faith effort to try to restore what people have been concerned has been lost. So I think that probably that last piece might answer your question best.
It does, and maybe I didn't articulate it well enough, because, and I'm with you, we really need a good year of some stability, and we buy some time to kind of figure out what we want to do going forward, so that makes sense. I guess in my mind, I'm just replaying where we were a year ago, and did we have a lot of free cash last year?
It's just about the same amount, yep.
And what did we do with that?
We prioritized capital. Capital was approved probably in January.
That's just what I wanted to make sure I understood, that we used the capital for maybe what its intended purposes, which is.
Exactly.
And we use that money for capital expenditures. This year, we're using it more to work on the operations budget, and we're deciding to do that. But we could have last year used free cash as well.
We could have, absolutely, 100%, yep.
And during the whole budget debate or whatever, I kind of listened and followed along with all that. So, you know, the decision was made to make the cuts as opposed to use the free cash to offset kind of what we're thinking about doing now.
Correct.
So in my mind, I struggle with, okay, so this buys us a little tranquility, a little peace, but where we're gonna be this time next year, or the year after, or the year after. So I see your red ink on here, so, you know, I kinda know where that's going.
Yeah, and
I
I
just
think
wanna make
as
sure I
you,
understood.
as you went to a lot of listening sessions, I think the philosophy was, I think from the board, and Councilor DeLorco and Cormier Ledger can speak to this, I think, was that if the previous override was a 100% school override, but if the pain were shared across all departments, that would bring people together to try to deal with the structural budget deficit. With the second override, obviously that wasn't the case. So I think, and the last quick thing I'll say is, it's never good to use I know all of you will agree with this too. It's never good to use one-time revenues to plug these budget gaps. Many towns will tell you, you know, you don't know what'll come in next year, right? As Brutus's budget gets tighter on snow and ice, there's not gonna be any excess to give back to snow and ice reserves or any other reserves, right?
Right.
So, I think that, you know, we've spent many, many years avoiding all of that. I think only a few years had we approved budget stabilization money for one-time monies, and that got us into the same problem, you know, every 3 or 4 year cycle. So it's not exactly a practice, as I mentioned in the memo, that we were proud of, but given the context.
Well,
that's
thanks
the-
for clarifying that, because I just wanted to make sure I could just track what the zeros were in prior columns, and I think there's zeros going forward too in the free cash for the budget, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's right.
I just want to make sure I see it.
That's right, and there is zero, we did not add in the fiscal forecast any assumption of one-time monies in those next 4 years, other than the MEC stabilization fund, which we're just drawing down over a 4-year period.
Thank you.
You all set, Councilman?
Yes, sir.
And again, we will, in May, the 2 meetings we have, the budget meetings in May, we go over line by line.
Right.
And we automatically hold fire, police, school, and DPW when we go through the rest of it first.
No,
Get that. Just
thank
so
you.
know,
I
just
appreciate
so
it.
you know,
Yep.
Councilor Blank. Councilor?
I don't have a lot to say. I mean, I've looked at the budget, you know, for the last few years. And I think what we'll find, you know, is that our operating budget really has very little fat on it. If there was any a couple of years ago, it's more or less gone. I mean, what with the schools redistricting, the cuts in police, the fire, the LPN, et cetera, we're running really very lean. You know, I get the proposal to bring back what you can, and, you know, and push that and get us to at least a better spot for the next year. But that puts us in a really difficult place where, you know, it terrifies me that if we do that, we don't have a plan to support our future. We don't have a plan to, you know, on how we're going to keep the LPN, the police, the fire, goodness, the schools, you know, stable and operating in fiscal year '28. We have no idea what it's gonna, he was talking about, you know, 2032. We have not put together a plan that provides any kind of financial stability for this town. Sorry, I can get passionate about this. I think it's a good gesture, it's a good approach, it's a good idea to say, okay, let's get back a little bit of what we lost and try and, you know, get people comfortable. You know, my fear is by doing that, they'll, you know, they may again miss the fact that all of that and more will be gone in 2 years because we've now burnt through our rainy day funds. You know, we won't have anything unless we put a plan together to, you know, to guide us forward. I don't know, we've talked about this as a group. We need to have a joint budget subcommittee. The finance committee does go through all of this, these line items line by line with a number of questions. We'll get that opportunity as well. We need to do that, you know, with FinCom, with school committee, and actually make a plan. I can support just barely, it's hard for me to say, moving forward with this and kind of bringing back some of what we've lost, because I think that's healthy, that may be helpful and healthy for Franklin, but only if we're tying that to an incredible need to put a plan in place. I mean, to figure out how we're going to move forward. And yes, there has to be some economic development, some growth has to be part of that. So what's our approach there? Probably some realistic cuts have to be part of that. Potentially, we're gonna need to find more sources of funding, whatever that means. But we need a plan, right now, going to our I'll just keep calling them rainy day funds is not a sustainable option. And I'm scared we're gonna put ourselves in a position where things will turn south very quickly if we don't have a plan that allows us to get to fiscal stability, where what we're bringing in is more than what we're spending on an annual basis. So that's my 2 cents, back in my head.
No, couldn't agree with you anymore. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth that I was going to say, but that's Councilor Griffin.
All right, so first I have a question, Jamie. Your memo says that we have about $2,235,000 in free cash.
Right.
And then you're proposing to spend about $2,030,000. But the capital plan says we're at about $4.5 million. I just want to confirm that the $2,235,000, is that after we take out the 10% for the stabilization fund, plus the 1.8 million that we have kind of earmarked for the tier 1 capital? Is that how we get to that $2,235,000?
It sounds about right. Yeah, what you're saying sounds right. Obviously, I crunched the exact math, but that sounds about accurate.
Okay. And so then we're proposing to bring that down to $226,000 in free cash.
That's what you would have
Right.
if you approved Tier 1 and the OPEB, which I'm asking to hold, and you use the 2.029 million, then that would still leave you 226,988 in free cash. I just clause that by saying healthcare is really the issue, that nobody knows what our surpluses are going to be or deficits from our exiting our self-insured consortium. And we obviously don't know what subscribers and enrollment are going to be in April. And that's why I suggested in here to, other than Tier 1 tonight, and even holding the stabilization transfer. OPEB, by the way, you'll have a presentation on May 13th, and we can dive into OPEB that night and all become experts about why OPEB is important. But you're correct, that would be about 226 left. But I just want to make sure people know that, you could have a big deficit coming out of the self-insured come June, or if our subscribers go, healthcare employees are actives, it just depends on the healthcare numbers when we get to June.
So that number is really scary to me. They bring free cash down to 220. I mean, I saw the historical free cash data, and it looked like the last time that we were under $1 million was 20 years ago.
Well, we got certified for 4.5.
Oh, right.
So, I mean, so our free cash has been very stable for many years. How we use it is different.
Okay.
Right? In the past, we've been using it for almost all capital. But now, because of the budget deficit and the risk of additional cuts, so I don't know if I don't know if I heard you correct, but I wouldn't say we only have 226,000, right? Because there's a proposal for about 1.8 million in free cash for capital tonight. So
Right.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Right, but all of these things, does bring it down to, I mean, we're not approving anything right now, but
Right.
all of these proposals that we're looking at the moment would then
Right.
bring it down to that. I noticed there are several positions that would be
Yeah.
hired through free cash, and I have to say, I feel like that's irresponsible
Yeah,
to hire people with one-time use monies,
yeah.
knowing that they're gonna be let go if we don't have more money coming in. So that makes me really uncomfortable. I don't think, we're not there yet, we're not making decisions tonight, but I don't think I can support hiring people with free cash. And also, to your point earlier, you made a comment about we would have to talk about what kind of cuts we need to make. And if we're talking about what kind of cuts we need to make next year, I don't know why we are looking at restoring things. I mean, I understand your point about people are upset about the things that we cut, but I feel like we cut them because we didn't have the money to provide for them, and we still don't have the money. So we're using, this proposal says to use one-time use monies to plug those gaps, which puts us right back in the same position in a year where we'll have to make the cuts again, plus probably additional cuts. I feel like this proposal just doesn't make sense to me. It just feels irresponsible to use one-time use monies for a lot of these things when we just don't have that luxury of continuing those things in the future. So to Councilor Juku's point, we need a plan. We need to figure this out. I don't think that we should be looking at restoring things. I don't think we should be looking at hiring people with those one-time use monies. We need to have, long-term plan for how to provide for those things, and free cash isn't it.
Great.
I did have a couple more questions. At the end, we're looking at the end of the whole packet, we're looking at the FY 2025 revenue analysis by department. I noticed that for property taxes, we overestimated by about $1 million for FY 25. And there were a couple other lines that we overestimated by a good bit. Building permits, we overestimated by almost $500,000. Recycling by over $400,000. I just want to make sure, are we being a little bit more conservative with our estimations this year? Because I'd hate to see all of these very generous estimates in our budget, then we're falling short of them, and then we've got to pull the money from somewhere else. So I just want to make sure that as we're looking at the budget this year, we're being more conservative. I'd rather have money left over than not enough.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Chairman, so the property taxes is actually the amount that people haven't paid. So it's not about being conservative or liberal. You just times it by 2.5%. That's your levy. That's where you go. If the council decides they wanted to have like 0% spending this year, just hypothetically, which isn't probably feasible, then you would grow your levy capacity, right? And so you then would have a cushion, if you will, each year. But then eventually, like we've seen in every year, everybody wants to spend it for good reasons. It's not uncommon, right? So that's really the amount of people, that's really what your gap is of people that hadn't paid their taxes up until that point, right? Second, on the building permits, the building commissioner just brought in, I think he announced last week somewhere that he just got a $600,000 building permit for the Maple Gate Country Club. Why do I bring that up? Because building permits are generally, if you look over time, we generally have about the same. But when the intake and when you get that money versus when you don't, if you get it on, I'm making this up, if you get it on August 1st, it's in a different corridor of how you have to report it to the state than if it's on February 1st, right? So a lot of times, we may assume that number, and then next year, you may see the building permits went up 200% because of a large building permit that came in for something like Maple Gate. So a lot of that has to just do with timing. It's very, very hard to predict when you're going to get occupancy on a property and then get a building permit fee. Oftentimes it just shows up, right? We didn't know that they were going to close on that until the end of the calendar year, and then whenever they pay their permit, whenever they apply, they could have taken 8 months to do that. And that's for every home, that's for every residence, every commercial business, every small business or whatever. So that's why we generally really only do a moderate projection on local receipts, because ultimately what you'll see is also there are other revenues that make up for those. So we've diversified our revenue streams quite well. And that's why we try to upgrade the ALS and BLS rates to middle levels for fire every year. so that that revenue that's being captured for the service is coming back into the coffers. So it's not just the ones that you're seeing that have parentheses around them, but look at all the other ones where we undershot motor vehicle excise, but motor vehicle excise went up 566,000 over projections. These are very, very hard to project. If I could project these to a T, I would not be sitting here and I'd be on Wall Street. So, but in sincerity, like, it's really hard to nail exactly what that is. We do an analysis every year on every one of them. Okay, we have record-breaking hotel taxes. We try to talk to the hotel owners. What's your occupancy rates? How are those going? Do you see markets in the future? For example, I called the Best Western the other day. Just picked up the phone and called them. And I said, I couldn't make a reservation online. I just wanted to check that you guys were open. And they were. And come to find out, they were targeting business clienteles for longer stays. So that was unique. And they said they had a very high occupancy, so that you can't just go on and reserve a room on their website. So we try to do some, I'm using this as like an example of one thing upon all these revenues that we look at. During the pandemic, we gave a 25% rebate to licensees for liquor licenses, right? And we thought we were going to lose a lot of restaurants. So we downgraded those numbers, but we didn't really lose a lot of restaurants, so that revenue kept coming in. I hope that's like a 2 or 3 minute like kind of explanation about how we go about targeting some of these numbers.
I think I have one other question. This is really, I mean, this is just out of curiosity when I was going through this. What are the rentals that are bringing in $250,000 to the town administrator's office? I saw that and I wasn't sure what that included. I mean, I know we're not going line by line today, but that was a curiosity.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. I know there's a good answer. I think we get rental fees. I don't remember what they are. Do you remember, Carrie?
No, I was looking at Linda.
Yeah. I know once you say it, it's going to jump right out. I'm going to go, oh yeah, that's right, what it is.
Yeah,
But I'm having-
no, I'll have to look up. If you give me a minute, please,
Sure.
guys, I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh my God, the cell towers.
Julie sells stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I knew once you, yeah, the cell towers.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's all I have.
Speaking of hotel tax, you know, we get the World Cup coming this year, so in every hotel in Franklin is booked. So, because my daughter decides to get married on June 5th, we have to go all the way to Canton to get a hotel.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So,
Get married at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right.
So that's the only reason why I know they're all booked. Councilor Blaine?
Yeah, so last week I put my stake in the ground, and Jamie went a little bit farther with this one, with the budget. It's a little bit more than I would have wanted to see. I mean, does have 2.5% for most of the salaries. We talked about 1.5% for the non-contractual ones. So I think in going forward, I'd like to see kind of that salary line broken out so we can look at that. Most of the expenses did come in either equal to or less than, but there were some that were fairly large, like, for example, police expenses appeared to have gone up a great amount. Public property went up a particularly large amount. So I'll be looking for explanation of those, very similar to what the school committee did last night, explain those increases. As it relates to the use of free cash to effectively balance the budget this year, I am 100% for that. I'm 100% for doing it for next year as well, so that we can put together a long-range plan. It is a plan that is not going to get done in a year. It is a plan that will require a couple of years to put together and to sell to the public. As we talked about last week, or maybe the week before, that plan does need to include debt and or borrowing and everything else. It needs to be an all-inclusive plan that will take care of capital as well. I look at free cash like a tax return. It's a tax refund. We underestimated, or we're paying more on our taxes, and all of a sudden now we have cash. This process of using free cash changed literally when I was on the council 20 years ago. 20 years ago on this council, we used free cash to balance the budget. The process changed with the prior administrator to fund capital. I agree we need to fund capital, but when you get a tax refund and you have to decide putting a roof on repairing your roof or paying the medical bills to take care of your children, I use that tax refund to take care of the day-to-day expenses. And I think it's very prudent what we're doing. If we go down this path this year of using some of that free cash to add back these services. These services were cut last year, and I even threw a couple out last week that I would like to see added back, because that's what the community wants. I've also had phone calls from school committee or others about the schools. Can we do the same thing for the schools? I would do the same thing for the schools, but I would also expect the schools to be held to the same standard that I'm going to hold the town to. 2.5, 1, hold expenses flat, yada, yada, yada. So if the schools have reasons why they want to add back language and arts and it's going to cost $300,000, bring it forward and I'll support it. So this is not just about the town, it's also about the schools, it's about the whole town. But I like what I see. In general, I can certainly pick away at it. I'm not going to do that tonight. We can continue to have those kind of discussions over the next couple of months. But directionally, I'm all for what I'm seeing right now.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I agree with you 100%. Councilman Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had two concerns. One of them has been reiterated, but I'll get to the other one first. So I noticed that not only is it the budget balanced not only on free cash, but there's a lot of reliance on local receipts. 5% increase where inflation is like 2.7, so that's a big jump. I know we're expecting the World Cup to bring in a lot of local receipts. What do we do after that, you know? And the other thing is, if there's a recession, local receipts are probably going to plunge. Do you have an estimate for like what our model would look like if we had a recession?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I mean, I'm going to take a guess, yeah. I mean, not only, you know, this is the difficult about the economics, right? If you get a Fed chairman that kills interest rates, that's great for borrowing, and I think to Councilor LeBlanc's point and many others, it might free up some room to be able to take care of some of these capital things. On the bad side, inflation's not going to go down, you know, or you want to bring costs down, you want inflation to come down, have a recession or a depression, right? And then things will really plummet, so it's difficult. If you look at the numbers, we had record-breaking numbers in a lot of categories. Obviously, Councilor Griffith pointed out a couple of areas that I hopefully explained through a little bit earlier. But because of the diversification of all of those revenues that come into that, into local receipts, I did mention in the memo that if we were not planning on raising ALS and BLS ambulance rates, and then through the budget process, we haven't had time to put it together, but there will be a fees discussion at some point about tweaking some of the user fees that a few of the departments had requested out of us. So we'll put a package before you later on this year. It's not going to be an overwhelming amount, but if any of you want to add to that or charge other fees, I did say in the memo I probably would be looking at a 3 or 4% roughly local receipts, because I feel like at some point they are going to plateau with consumer spending. And so if we weren't going to do that fee by law, I think you would drop that number probably down a little bit. Because I do agree does seem to be at least a plateauing of consumer behavior.
Thank you.
And also we can promote this as a time to eat out in Franklin. Really, I mean. Restaurant week, just.
So I guess, and the other point, just to reiterate with Councilor Griffith has said that I can support, I'm actually came in here, I'm open to balancing the budget with some cuts. I'm open to, having a level service budget and using some free cash, but I won't vote yes on a budget that restores, with the exception of contractual obligations. So that's sort of my red line, so thank you.
Thank you,
My turn. Okay. Couple of quick questions. On the slide for the schools, you have the blue line and the purple line at the bottom. I know that one is with insurance, one was when the insurance was taken out of the 300 account. What I just wanted to understand is if you go over to the right, it shows increase of 3.32% for both of them. Like that doesn't really make sense, so I'm not sure if I'm reading it correct, is that based on 30% of the tax levy?
Just finding out where you are. Are you on the purple line?
Yeah, like it's the one that has the yellow and green, it says 300 count history.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I'm just trying to follow the number. You're down in the bottom
Bottom
one
right.
there,
Yeah,
where it says 81,155,000,
yes.
all the way to the left, that line item?
Yeah. Like if you go over to the bottom right, like the percentage increase is 3.32. I don't understand how that's both the same.
Because that's with healthcare.
But one line is without the healthcare.
Oh, yeah, that might be, yeah, that may be, let me see. Is that a typo? Yeah. So I think on the above line, you have, yeah, you have the deducted one. You can see the you can see the 7.62%.
Right.
And that number over to the right just got transposed, so that number should be, number should be in a deficit.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
wasn't
So
going
the three-
crazy, because I couldn't figure out how they could be the same percentage
Yeah.
when the numbers were different.
Yeah. So the
Okay.
3.32, obviously that got transposed because they're both the exact same number and that shouldn't be happening. But the 3.32 would have been if they had kept healthcare in that account.
And would that be based on the, like, 3.32% of the tax levy? Is
No.
that what that's
Nope,
reading?
from the previous fiscal year.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right, so the next question, and some of these might sound silly, but, to me, none of them are silly, because, if I don't know the answer, then I need to get it. So, you spoke about the comptroller with the Munis system.
Yep.
And I understand that certain departments would cut a little bit to offset the cost, and it would come out around 52,000
Yep.
out of the operating budget. What is the Munis system, and what does it do?
The Munis is our entire financial system for the town and schools. We've had it for about 20 years. It's generally the standard of municipal and school finance. It's all of our payroll, all of our HR functions, all of the deductions, so it's our entire financial management system for both the town and the schools. It's a very complicated, it's a very complicated financial, if you, I don't know how many of you worked within private sector financial management systems, but it's a complicated system. And I think as the memo says here, we tried to have that position funded several years ago. We tried to do a shared town and school appropriation.
Yeah.
That didn't work out. The market also required a higher dollar value. We did not get any of the candidates that were even close to being able to do what we needed to do. But it's something that where we're looking for systems improvements. This is probably the most important one to help our HR teams of both school and town and our finance teams of both school and town to be able to maximize the value out of that system by having somebody that deals with security, deals with a whole bunch of other stuff that right now HR and finance are doing. You take those responsibilities off, and you're gonna have a lot more efficiencies within all of those departments. So that's the logic there.
Okay. Then on the assessor section, admin assistant. My question is, right now, I know we contract out to go have people go do assessors.
A portion of it, just a
Right.
small portion.
Does that end that, or are we still
Yes.
paying for that contract?
Yes, it would.
Do we know roughly what that contract
I wanna
costs
say it was 15,000,
Yeah.
so 15,000?
a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
The yeah,
9.
9.
9,000?
Yes.
So it's 9,000 a year contracted, or $54,000 for an employee.
But the key is that the appraisers that are supposed to be out on the street doing new growth essentially capturing new growth through property appraisals, have to do all the admin work in the office, the abutter notifications, the phone calls, the meetings with constituents to go through their bills, all the abatements, all of that work is being distributed among all of the assessors and the appraisers, so that would free up their time to go out and be able to do the work to helpfully improve the new growth situation. If you're looking for a revenue generator, to be very blunt, that's the number one thing you got right there. Because if you can get the appraisers and our assessors actually doing the work that they're hired to do, you will structurally, hopefully, that job will easily double pay for itself. because eventually, within a year or two, they'll be able to go out and do more property appraisals instead of spending time doing all the administrative work.
Okay. Then I have one other question, then I'll make a brief statement. On the budget, I've seen it in a few places, and I'm just curious what it means. What is the encumbrances?
Encumbrances are monies that are spent over 2 fiscal years. So if you have a contract, say, that goes beyond the fiscal year, July 1st,
Yep.
you have to do an encumbrance to say that that contract is going to extend into the next fiscal year. So say you have a $100,000 contract and you spend 30 of it in FY '26. You would then encumber the money over July 1st into the next fiscal year, and you would encumber 70,000 into the next fiscal year, and then you draw down that money throughout the fiscal year so it doesn't become a new appropriation for the actual budget year.
So like a contract with like a contractor or like an employee's contract?
Absolutely. It probably wouldn't be an employee contract.
Okay.
I don't think that would be it, but it would be any other vendor you want to identify, anything you can think of.
Okay.
It can only be used for that money.
Right.
Okay, that's basically my questions. But I'm really struggling with the whole free cash aspect. I do understand like what Councilor LeBlanc was saying 100%, but I also kinda, with Councilor Griffith and Ojukwu, thank you. I kinda agree with them as well. We talk about the override and the cuts that we had to make, and everyone is sitting here, we didn't get a message out to people, so they didn't understand. As someone who was part of Vote No, and I feel compelled to say this, it wasn't all because people didn't understand, it's because people can't afford it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a matter of we don't care about the town or the schools or the police or the fire, but we're trying to keep a roof over our head and food in our mouth. We talked about the electric rate going up 1%. Do you know the usage is nothing? My electric bill is normally very small in the winter because I have gas heat. It's tripled because it's the delivery charge. That's 3 times higher than the amount that I actually used. That 1% increase does not faze me. Can we get something to do with the delivery? Because that's insanity. Grocery bills are an astronomical. My insurance now, I can no longer use Milford Hospital. So I can't call 911, don't come get me because you can't take me. You'd have to bring me to Brockton because I'm struggling this way and I'm not the only one. So what we need to understand when we're doing all this isn't that people didn't understand what was going to be cut. They can't afford the increases right now because everything on a state and federal level is killing us. And this state is the worst of them all.
No question.
They are crippling the residents, and then they're saying, figure it out. From the unfunded mandates that school town have to do, we're drowning. Okay? Everyone knows, I almost was late for a meeting. I'm sharing a car. Why? I can't afford to get my daughter's car fixed. I'm just making it. So that's what we need to remember and stop focusing on the fact that people weren't listening. They were listening. We need to listen to them. Do they like the cuts? No, they don't. But I have to agree with bringing back employees with one-time money when we can't promise them sustainability in that role is cruel. Because I'm gonna bring you in and say you have a job, but in 365 days, you might be getting laid off. Now we're dealing with unemployment insurance. I don't have an issue with using some of the free cash to buffer some of the things within the budget that is already there that we're running a little short on. But I don't believe, and it's not that I feel that any department shouldn't have the full staff that they want. In a grand scheme of things, we would all have everything that we wanted. But I think that we need to try to stay within the budget that we have, because bringing them back is only gonna jeopardize it later. And using that free cash, if we can leave some of it there, that's gonna accrue interest, that's gonna help us in the long run. Because right now, we don't have a plan. So it's kind of like, you're not gonna go buy a house unless you know what the price is and you get the inspection done first, and then hand over $500,000 for a home. Well, today, more like $1 million. But the point is, don't use everything that we have, because we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. So buffer what we absolutely need and say no to everything else. And as far as like the trash at the parks, if you can bring in that bag when you go, you can carry it out like we used to do. There's certain things that even residents are gonna have to take up and be part of and help out with and take responsibilities for, because not everything can be funded. But if we use everything that we have and something bad happens, we're in trouble. And that's not where I wanna be. So I'm really hard pressed on approving any free cash going to new positions, even if I feel that they are needed. Right now, I think that we need to just kind of, not lay low, but stay within our means. And I yield.
Call Milford Hospital, I think they worked out that thing. 'Cause they worked it out for me, and I'm on the GIC. I'm just saying.
I'll try it.
I called my doctor. and said,
Otherwise, if I need an ambulance, they have to drive me to Brockton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councilor Callaway Tripp, for being brave enough to share what you just shared, because that was personal and sensitive and vulnerable stuff, and I think it was important for people to hear, but that took a lot of bravery to share, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think everybody can speak to the enormous energy spikes, the grocery spikes, the life is just very, very, very expensive. So I am finding myself a little bit in the middle here. I'm finding myself agreeing with my colleagues over here in the sense that it seems a little bit irresponsible to patch operational deficits with one-time revenues. But then I also understand the folks that are like, we need to do some of these things to help the community heal and to show them, you know, what Franklin should be and could be, and put a plan together to move forward. Like, I get all of those concepts. I too worry about funding any position with one-time revenue, because it's not sustainable. And it's already been said, it's really not fair to do to that person. To Councilor LeBlanc's point, Jamie, I too struggle with the 2.5% COLA to all staff. We've talked about this before, right? I know there's contractual obligations, but the unfortunate reality is that maybe other staff have to take a lesser COLA increase in the FY27. It's really early for these conversations, but we're trying to do the prep work so that in May, this thing can move forward and we can figure things out. To the point of, I don't think people understood, I think people understood just fine the ramifications of the last override. What I think we're finding is the 60% that didn't bother to vote at all. They're the folks that maybe are just kind of going through life, they're busy, they're dealing with the kids, they're like, it doesn't even faze them, right? But we're not, and I don't think we're that unique, right? Like, I think there could probably be said for a lot of people, they just going through the motions with running their day-to-day and they're not focused on this stuff. I worry about you restore all this stuff with one-time revenues and we fall into this sort of like complacency mode where everybody's like, oh, everything's back to normal again. And then, you know, this new council, they fixed it. They took, you know, and it's like, well, wait a minute. you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're taking, we heard Brutus's presentation. Granted, nobody was still up by the time he gave it because we fought for hours over other stuff. But the folks that did listen to Brutus' incredible presentation from DPW, we have over $100 million in projects that can't be funded that we're gonna get whacked with the minute a major pipe breaks, or sidewalks are in need, or water treatment needs to be done, roofs on buildings. Like, those things don't go away, and quite frankly, they get worse when you take the free cash capital program from where it is and cutting it in half. What I did here that I wanted to clarify so people understand, the FY '25 free cash money that we're talking about later tonight for capital is not what you're talking about to use here to patch FY '27, correct?
FY '25 capital was spent, to Councilor Malloy's point earlier. FY '26 free cash certification is what you're looking at.
You're a year behind, bro.
No, what I'm trying to point out is the money that, when we get into capital,
Right.
and we're gonna spend those monies tonight, and hopefully we're gonna put some money aside. But for next fiscal year, you would basically be proposing, instead of putting the money into a capital program, you'd be taking some of it out, right? I'm hearing it correctly?
I think, as I said in the memo, I think for the next couple fiscal years, you could realistically try to use 1 to 2 million in free cash to try to make sure there are no cuts and layoffs. And, I think every department in here, I'm not gonna speak for them, they can speak for themselves, but I think given what happened last year, you're gonna take another step back, right? You're gonna hear the chief, both of them say, ambulance is gone again, right? The next 2 SROs are gonna go. Like, I think we know where I hope you guys know where those, and we know what the school cuts will be. So, I think what I would say is when free cash gets certified again in October of this calendar year, you would look out at that number for the next fiscal year for FY '28. And you'd say if 4.5 million came in free cash again, say, you could use 1 million or 2 million or nothing, or 500,000 or 100,000. It doesn't matter what the number. You could use some of that for the operating budget the following year.
Right. I just thought it was important for the public to understand some of the differences. And Councilor Ojukwu referenced rainy day funds. We're actually not touching reserves or rainy day funds at all with this proposal. The free cash is a little different.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure people understand, like, at least right now,
100,000.
other than tackling, we're gonna need to look at Brutus's snow and ice reserve fund to patch some holes, like, we're not talking about touching reserves. This year already, we had some creative solutions, right? We had the part-time nurse at the senior center restored because the senior center reevaluated their staffing model and shifted some things, shifted some responsibilities, and came back to you and us and said, we can actually restore this person, not quite at the exact amount of hours that she was at before, but close, right? So, and then we also looked at restoring the 2 ambulance drivers because we got a little creative with monies, right? If they're bringing in this amount of money in receipts, then that can basically fund those positions. So the creativity has already been looked at for those things. I would throw out to department heads, particularly, our great team at Park and Rec, there's some creative things that can be done. Like, we've talked about it, right? And that's a self-funded department, we all know that, but it's certainly helping the big picture, it's helping the bottom line. Show us some, a sticker at Beaver Street, so that if people want to use the Beaver Street facility, it's $35 for the summer, and maybe that helps pay for the trash. Or, charge a fee to the people using the cricket fields. Like, do a contract with them so it's not free. Like, I think there are some ways like those other departments have done some creative things. Is it gigantic revenue? No. But it shows steps in the right direction. I would encourage you, Jamie, between now and May and all of us, we might be able to patch a few holes with dipping into free cash and figuring that program out. I don't think we can restore everything that you've outlined here, even though it would be nice. It'd be such a nice thing to be able to tell everybody we found the money. But I also worry about the people in the community that are gonna say exactly that. You found the money. You don't need an override. You don't need to come to me about your problems. You found a way to bring everybody back. Things are good. Meanwhile, they're not noticing that the pipes are breaking or that the trucks aren't being repaired correctly or the roofs aren't being done because they're just looking at the day-to-day. So I think it's an interesting start, but I too can't support it fully as is. I 100% will look forward to the conversations as we dive into this more, but I yield.
I have a question and then two comments. First question is around basically, Steve and I were having a discussion about the munis administrator. In these areas where you have like a need for an administrator, but it might not be 100%, are there shared services that we can utilize? Because that's kind of the way we do it in the private sector. Like if I can't fund IT security because my company's too small and one security person's not going to do it, I can buy a percentage of a service, a shared service that provides that capability for me. So for this munis administrator, is that something we could even share with another town so that we could get it, but also, it's not 100% full-time?
You would, from a return on investment standpoint, you would spend probably exponential amount of dollars trying to enter into a shared services agreement or an MOU or an IMA with another town. And, we tried this internally, and this is not a comment. We tried a communications director, we tried a munis administrator, we tried a cybersecurity specialist within our own school district, where we all work on the second and third floor here, and we couldn't get that baked into the budget. Working with another community is going to be 10 times harder. Regionalization sounds great, and in certain instances it can work. But I think as towns are looking inward, and when they sign up for something, they want more than what you get into. And so it's just, I can tell you from doing IMAs and regionalization and all that stuff, you'd spend more staff time and more hours to get like $10,000 from the town of, Norfolk, say, to buy in, and then maybe one day goes to Norfolk, but then you lose the value of that full-time person being here, and the whole point of this is to maximize the modules in the system among the team here. It is a good question, and it's not a bad idea, but in practicality, working that out with another town is extraordinarily difficult. I would say that, animal control right now has not been looked at in a long time because there's a new town manager in Bellingham. We're going through that entire thing, and we're going to cost it out. It's going to cost more money. But we're trying to rewrite that to give an opportunity to get more towns in animal control because of the economies of scale. That definitely is something that can work. The regional dispatch center, I've been wasting my life away on trying to get merged, with Foxborough, in 3 or 4 years, that's almost certainly to become a reality. By then you'll have probably 12, 14, 15 towns in that district. That will drive down the economies of scale for one system where mutual aid is already working. So there are some examples of where that can work. I think in this case it'd be a little bit more challenging because you wouldn't get a shared services agreement that would bring in, say, 50,000. It wouldn't be a significant amount of money that you would get from another community. And then you got to manage that. Well, when the person's on vacation, what happens? And what if they're sick? Who gets them in? Oh, it was Friday, so I didn't get my day in Norfolk. When do I get in Franklin? And it just becomes really, really hard. That's one of the biggest reasons why we're leaving to go to the GIC, is regionalization with healthcare was just way too much with those kind of communities. But it is a really good idea, and in certain instances it can work.
All right, so my two comments are, I'm going to be like Councilor Cormier Ledger, who kind of taken a middle path here. I do not agree with using these one-time funds with restoring positions that are kind of taken away for a number of reasons. You know, there's also the concern, like we had brought up about the healthcare. We don't know what the impact that's going to be, so it doesn't make sense from that perspective. We don't want to restore something and then have to take it back again. I don't want to be in that position. So for a number of reasons, I think it makes sense to not do that at this point. Let's get a look at what the situation is, and then, you know, in the next budget cycle, maybe consider something like that. But to Councilor Blank's point, this idea of how we use free cash, I think, needs to be looked at as well. Because right now, we just say, well, it's going to be used just for capital spending, but it doesn't have to be. That's a decision that we've made to do it that way, okay? And we can fund capital different ways. We can borrow to buy capital items. So we should take a look at that and say, okay, is there a percentage of free cash that we, going forward, that we do want to spend on budgetary items, and then, you know, a portion that we want to spend on capital, and consider that. You know, because, like I said, this is kind of something that a rule that we've set up on our own that, you know, we can make a change to, and we have to look at everything. Everything has to be on the table in order to solve the budget gap. So those are my points, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilor. Well, I kind of agree with a lot of yous. I don't believe in, I believe if we give 2.5 contractor a raise, I don't believe that we should cut. I don't think the fire chief should get a 1.5 raise, or the police chief. They're doing just as much work. And I think when the schools got 4.5 and the municipals got 2.5, you saw what kind of divide that brought the town to. It was awful. I mean, that could be my union, but I think everybody deserves the same amount of raise. I know in the public sector where I am, if we negotiate a contract for 4%, our managers get 4%. It's just the way it is. It's always been that way for 40 years that I worked in the public sector. So I definitely wouldn't support that. But I do agree that we keep a level budget. We no cuts this year, and I definitely agree with Councilor Bucco that we need a plan. The plan for the next couple of years has to come, and it's going to be a lot of work from all of us. I mean, it's not just sitting here. It's going to be a lot of work. And the school committee's going to have to be in the finance committee. Everybody's going to have to chip in. It's a lot of work, but we definitely have to get that plan and rolling. Jamie, I don't know about you, but I agree.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, great feedback from everybody. This was very, very helpful. I hope it's helpful that we've, I know the school committee and superintendent got things done a little earlier this year. This is the earliest we've ever had a real budget model with local aid baked in, so this is giving all of you in the community hopefully fair time to make some tough decisions. I have 2 quick points and then 1 question for you guys. First, I just want to speak to Councilor Callaway-Tripp's comment. I agree, affordability is probably the biggest threat in this state. I reference it in my memo. I've spoken about it many times at meetings. I understand a lot of people could simply not afford an override. I also want, and I hope she'll acknowledge, that a lot of people are really upset about the cuts. And people have told me on a near daily basis, whether I see them out and about, or they call, a woman stopped in my office last night at 3 o'clock. I was the only person there, and she came in, I had a great conversation with her for an hour, and the conversation is consistent that I have with people. I had no idea that was gonna happen. I didn't realize that the nurse was gonna get laid off. Why couldn't we cut something over here? Why are we doing this? And I think many of you referenced, why are we not fixing a roof? Or why are we some people tell me, why are we fixing the roof? And why aren't we doing this? And so I think what y'all are dealing with is an extraordinary amount of opinions from people that they have very differing opinions. The override statistics of the 2 votes, I think, are very representative here tonight. I think all of you are bringing forward opinions that all of you have heard throughout the community, a variety of ones, from maybe this budget is irresponsible, to how can we restore positions, to I can tell you a lot of people do want these positions restored. So people aren't not asking for the services. People want the work to get done. I don't envy the position all of you are in. It's very, very hard because you're dealing with hundreds and thousands of opinions, and you're not going to make a majority of them happy. Because every decision that gets made is going to come with a significant consequence. The overrides, I would point out, were 49-51, both of them. And they were within a couple hundred votes on both. I think the challenge all of you have this year is how do you thread that needle with the variety of opinions that are here tonight, but also the variety of opinions we've all heard, the variety of opinions you have here. I wanted to make sure these folks in the room have their voice heard. And a lot of this represents that. This was the budgets that they brought forward at the departments, including the schools. When you do dig into the budget and get into the bone, you'll realize you'll be into the marrow, the bone marrow, because there is no reform. There's no easy thing that's going to get done. There's no this, that, or the other thing that's going to solve, even if you didn't fund the new positions with one-time money. One, you're still going to have less capacity to do a lot of the work people want you to do, a lot of the work some of you want us to do. You're going to have less people, you're going to have fewer people, but also you're just going to be in a position where some of that work, if you cut the departments, you're going to cut into that even more. But I think part of what this group has to decide is, maybe to Councilor Callaway-Tripp's point and maybe others, maybe the townspeople really do want a lot less. And maybe all of you have to set those expectations with the public that the third ambulance is something we can't fund. I think we've heard a lot about school needs and investments in foreign language and a variety of other things. Maybe the expectation has to get set where we say to people, we're never going to do that. We just can't. We're just not going to be able to do it. And I think the override numbers speak to that fracture in the community. Those are very close votes. And you had two of them in 1 year that were extraordinarily close. So while Councilor Cormier-Ledger, I agree, and I point out the 60% who didn't vote, right? These were still two enormous voter turnouts for a special election. 40% of the public and almost 50% in 2024. Those are huge, huge voter turnouts in a special election. People were paying attention. They did come out and vote in a large number. But I also want to acknowledge, and I hope you do too, that I get a lot of feedback every day from a lot of people that are very, very unhappy with the cuts and do feel like, for whatever reason, they didn't know what was going on. For not pointing fingers, but just in some ways, there just wasn't either clarity, there wasn't enough people out there telling people that, but I hear that from almost every day. While I acknowledge the affordability issue, I reference it in here, I've said it at many meetings. And then the last question I'd have to many of you is, and I pointed this out in the beginning of the memo, is appreciate all the feedback. All of it is fantastic feedback, and to be completely blunt, I expected most of it. The question I have for all 9 of you starting tonight is, what is the plan? How do you want to create a plan? I think a shared services agreement, I think a couple tweaks to revenues on recreation or maybe some additional fees. Every little bit adds up. Every idea should be on the table. I acknowledge that. But I think if we just stay in those little areas, you're still going to be disappointed to find out that it's not even close. Not even close. So if affordability is a concern, which it very much is, and I think you're going to see that on the ballot in November, with the income tax from 5% to 4%, right? Well, then we have to start managing expectations of what can get done and what our staff are able to do, because at some point there's going to be a breaking point where the bandwidth here is not going to be able to solve these problems. But if affordability, which is legitimately a concern, you can't ask for an override, because I agree with Councilor Callaway-Tripp. If you're not going to go for an override, what are you going to do? And so I think all of you, I hope tonight, will ask yourselves, or maybe we can have a discussion, how do you want to create a plan? Because I can tell you people want the police officers back, for example. I'll just use that one. I won't say the deputy town administrator, right? But if you want to get those officers back, how do you do that? How do you keep up with the demand? We have record-breaking call volume in both police and fire. So I think maybe what would be an advantageous point, and I don't know if it's tonight or in the future, how does the town council want to create a plan to make this more sustainable in the future? So that, to Councilor LeBlanc's point, if we support even a year or two of free cash, then what? And I think that's ultimately, if you take an override off the table, you really can't borrow. Where are you gonna borrow? There's no money to borrow. Then you're paying 3% interest rate on that borrowing. So you're not gonna go out and borrow, and the only other alternative to borrowing is a debt exclusion. So I think, and all of that comes back to, I think, the affordability issues that many people have spoken in town. So I'm just asking, how does the council want to create a plan for sustainability? Because I truly believe that conversation needs to start really quickly and needs to be discussed among all of you and others about how you want to frame that, because I think May is around the corner. I know it's still snowy and cold, but before we know it, it'll be here.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, for sure.
Could I say something?
Repeat that to Deborah.
Go ahead.
I can acknowledge what you said. I'm not saying that there are people out here that are not unhappy about the cuts, so I do give you that acknowledgement, and I agree. I just get a little upset because that's the only thing I've ever hear about versus, and I know it was stated in here, I'm not saying it wasn't, but it's really more of the financial aspect for a lot of people. And I do agree you need a plan. But there's also a problem. We're not going to create one meeting twice a month with agendas like this. So we need a subcommittee. And that is all there is
I was
to
just
it.
thinking-
Because we need to have the time to sit and be able to communicate with each other
I was just thinking the same.
in order to do it. And without it, it's not gonna happen unless we plan a couple of months of meetings with zero on the agenda, except what are we gonna do and how do we make a plan? Because we only have so many hours.
Yep.
And we need to be able to sit down and have these long, hard talks with
agree.
each other, so we can understand where everyone's looking and take everybody's background and what they know and let them put it on the table and then figure it out from there. But we're not gonna do it without a subcommittee. So it needs to be put into place, and it needs to be put into place like yesterday.
When we get the joint subcommittee.
But that's a joint committee with finance and school to work together, yes. But if the town council is supposed to come up with a plan to keep a balanced budget and keep things going, then we need a subcommittee that we can meet where the only topic is that plan.
I'll make a committee of 3 then.
Because it's the only way we're gonna do it.
Committee of 3. All right, I'll make that a little bit tonight, but.
I would recommend making it 4, just say the quorum issues, maybe. I mean,
Yeah, you could, I mean, people work, that's all, that's just what I'm trying to figure out, that's the reason why I was trying to cut it down a little bit. I know, people, you know, we have this, but you're also volunteering, now all of a sudden you're gonna have another night that you have to come out, that's the only reason why I was,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
I think we need to kind of step back a little bit. I mean, I get the idea of a small group of us, but we need to include many more people than just the town council.
Well, that's what the joint subcommittee.
Well, that joint subcommittee would work, but maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, that you would have both a joint subcommittee and then another
That's what
subgroup.
they want, another subcommittee on the council, but, we can, I agree with you that it's the school and the finance committee are gonna come back to us with all recommendations.
So, if I could,
Yeah.
I think the joint budget subcommittee is probably the first priority, because we need to have that broader perspective. It's not a bad idea to also have a finance subcommittee within this group, but it's less time sensitive, I would argue. Like, we don't need that as soon as we need the joint budget subcommittee.
Oh, no, I agree.
But what we do want to do, and we've talked about this already, is have the broader group sit down and make sure that we're talking through what the potential priorities are for that JBSC.
Yep.
So if we've got our priorities or goals, we go in, we can start working through that, and then you know, the various groups, the town council, the school committee, the
They
finance
have all
committee, have their representatives and can speak to
To
how
that
we
point,
accomplish the
yeah.
goals.
All right. I think it's just that we had questions, right? That's what the department heads are here, right? Now, we're gonna go to capital, right?
Yeah.
And then we can speak to them.
I mean, anybody can speak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but nobody needs to talk to any of the department heads. Well, on the budget,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, does any of the department heads anything that they wanna speak to? Go ahead. Is this really, this happened today?
Yeah, no, I know. We'll go into detail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Canterbury, Public Works Director. You know, I hear all the different things that go on, but I just want to reiterate, because it's only fair to say, as Council Ted Cornelius said, that when you start affecting my budget, it's not personnel, it's a lot of maintenance type things, preventive maintenance. We have a strong preventive maintenance program. And money you don't spend now is going to cost you more later. Just want you to know that.
You don't have to tell me.
Well, I want the public to know that too.
Yeah.
You don't always see our expectations, like right away, we're not going to lose a resource officer on July 1st. But your roads are going to fail over the next 2 to 3 years. And then catching up is going to cost more money. So that's one thing I just want to talk about the operating budget. And even what Jamie proposed this year, we're still a couple $100,000 behind from the previous year that we had to cut. So we're already behind going into it. So I just want the folks to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Sarah, then Lucas.
Good evening, Sarah Amaral, Senior Center Director. I just wanted to thank you all for having the tough conversations. I would say what I'm hearing, and particularly from staff, and we've kind of said it tonight, I think we've been hearing for months, and I know we have a lot of new members, but really starting to talk about that plan, because I think we all are putting together budgets, thinking about it, what potential cuts could come. Let's build our armies, let's figure out what we're going to do if we get cut more, where so much time could be spent on actual efficiencies and strategic planning that we don't have the time for, because to be honest, I don't want to plan 5 years from now, because I have no idea when you're looking at the 5-year forecast. And I think that's what the staff really are looking for too, to say, we keep saying we need a plan, but we've needed a plan for 10 plus years. So if we started to see movement there, I think you would see a lot of staff morale boost, because then they have something to look forward to. So I just wanted to share that if we could, we keep saying that, but if we saw some momentum, I know that would just really help staff morale. Thank you.
Yeah, morale's down, obviously. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Lucas Jagir, Superintendent of Schools. I would echo what Sarah said around, I appreciate the discussion and debate. Obviously, you're all here. You come from different perspectives of the folks that your constituents who you speak to. You have different philosophies, different experiences that bring you here. I think it's healthy to have varying opinions, and as an elected body, hopefully can coalesce around an idea. I do think that does take time, and I just want to acknowledge that none of this gets solved like in one meeting. It's a series of meetings that have to happen. I wanted to just say, I was thinking a lot about some of the comments, and I was thinking of a Warren Buffett quote around, you can't cut your way into lasting prosperity. And I know that every year we've had to manage cuts. The impact of cutting has the impact, you have to then redistribute that to the people who are still here. And then the same people that we have that we're redistributing the roles, if you get a restoration or there's some kind of movement and then you have to hire back, you've lost some time, some money in some of those pieces. So there are some just consequences to some of that. We have certainly been through, along with my colleagues, the reductions and cuts that have happened. Some of them have been strategic as a result of redistricting and school consolidation. So there's twofold to that. I think the first override, second override, we tried to get that out. I know even just this week, I've had to notify 3 people already that they're not in next year's budget, just because we were trying to be thoughtful around landing at 2.5%. And when I think about my colleagues in our department head meeting, I think what Jamie proposed provides the ability for us to create a little space to actually problem solve. So I think there's I've heard the two perspectives. You don't want to spend money that you know you can't commit to long-term. On the flip side, you also, if you don't and you have to cut more, that's what we'll spend all of our time doing, and then still having to strategize and come up with a plan. So there's no easy solution here, and I respect everyone's opinion on that. The last thing I was going to say is this idea of kind of being in the arena, and you're all in it. Every elected body like FinCom and school committee are in the arena with you. I think we've been in the arena for a few years now, living it, and I think to see this year, to see a throughway where school committee made a 7-0 unanimous vote to say, let's put healthcare all together and get that under one roof. And I think that was the will and the vocal comments from many people. I thought that was a move to say, okay, let's signal that we're all listening a little bit. And maybe I originally was really opposed to that idea. I think I made that pretty public. But I think I'm listening. We're all listening. And how can we, you don't always get what you want, but I do see value in that decision. So I'm just trying to say that I think the more we can try to continue to work and come together, I thought not having a year, since I've been a superintendent every year, I've either been in the hot seat, early on, or it's been a lot of if I have to cut and then someone else, it's kind of like departments, we're trying to figure it out. Then the supporters of each of our respective departments are talking to you, and I just thought the strategy was around trying to create a little breathing room for the opportunity to build a longer-term plan, and I think to get through one season without devastating or a high number of cuts, and then some of the positions, I will speak to the Munis administrator, just on school and town side, that's really you use Backbone already for a different purpose, but I think that's really the tool in any organization. That's the one that we use for payroll, for leaves, for all those pieces. It has not been updated. I think when you invest in technology, but then you don't utilize it and optimize it to its full use, I think there's a cost loss there as well. And I think I'm here to also just say that many of my colleagues and folks that work for me have been advocating when they heard about the opportunity to have the Munis administrator in there. We're excited about that. So just, I don't envy the position you're in. I don't envy my own position, to be quite honest. But ultimately, I hope that we can continue to try to figure a way to work together. And I think thoughtful, strategic, long-term planning with a solution to get us through a period of time where it's clear that more questions need to be answered, more information needs to be provided, might be a worthy endeavor. So thank you.
Thanks.
Rowan Lowell, I'm the town archivist. I'll be very brief. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Just to say that for many of the smaller departments, such as myself, the arts, the senior center, the library, we are already approaching a point. We've been meeting for months, going on a year, to try to find creative solutions between all of us to support each other. We understand the difficult decisions that are at stake here. Personally, my budget for the Historical Commission is 0.05% of the overall town's operating budget. Some people might say that's too much, and I understand that in hard times there are going to be difficult cuts. But for many of us, we have spent the last 2 years in, so to speak, the hot seat of, am I going to have a job come July? And as Councillor Callaway-Tripp mentioned, regarding using one-time funds to fund positions, many of us have already been experiencing this anxiety of, is this the year that it's decided my department is redundant? And this is by no means a guilt trip. Things have to happen. Things have to happen how they do, and if that's how the chips fall, then that's how they do. Just that we are here to serve the community, and that's all we've ever wanted to do. And we hope that the community as a whole can find the best way forward. Thank you.
You're going to hate me for this. I'm hearing from a lot of the staff that they want certainty from the council. And I think if we could just provide some guidance to them easily in the form of a motion. So I would like to move that it's in the sense of the council that there will be no FTE cuts in FY '27. I would need a second for that.
Can we-
This is not binding.
Way too early.
Wait,
I don't think anyone wants those, but I don't know that we have enough information to say that
right,
today.
right.
Commit to that.
We're way too early for that.
I
Yeah.
respect the principle.
It's a good idea, Max.
Would love
I'll
to
give
get
you that, brother.
That is
All right, let's move on now to legislation for action.
No, capital.
Okay, I'm sorry, I CP, capital. Yeah. I get this.
I
That's
know.
all right, I've
That's
been
the-
up for a long
That's,
time.
I know, that's the biggie tonight,
FY
26 capital.
26 capital book, plan book.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
the book's the book. I just, as a quick background, I met with one of you recently. When I got here 11 years ago or 10 years ago, a lot of this was done on back of napkins and pieces of scratch paper. And this is the first year we've actually had a capital plan book. This has been a goal of mine for many, many years, and I thank Evan and Kerry and Linda and the whole finance team and all the departments for putting this together. It's not perfect. It's not exactly where we want to be, but I think for Councilor DeLorco especially, who's been here for the whole time I have, we've seen a huge, better organization than just a packet of incomprehensible spreadsheets, which I know maybe even Councilor Cormier Ledger got his first year.
Yeah.
They were disorganized and they were not very well done, and some people had a 5-year plan, some didn't. But we do finally have a real 6-year plan in here for everywhere, I believe. Next year, to Councilor LeBlanc's goal, the last meeting, we are gonna try to take that next step and get to a 10-year capital plan for all of our departments. The good news is everything will be organized, it'll be much more clear, hopefully allow for better strategy. The bad news, forewarning, is it's gonna be way more money than you can afford, and so most of it you'll have to say no to. But at least you'll have a really formal look. If you look at towns like Andover and even Needham and many others, by the way, they have full-time staff members that deal with just this. Okay, like they have an entire team in Arlington of 2 full-time people that do nothing but capital analytics. I have 1/5 of one person, Evan, who does some of this in his time, and a lot of the departments out here actually fill in a lot of these sheets. So, the overview really quickly is the resolutions that are before you tonight are obviously below. One is the general capital plan that's on the list, which I believe was about 1.81 million of mostly, if not all, tier 1 priorities of things that were broken or public safety gear and things that needed immediate replacement. And then 2, we had recommended the OPEB deposit because for those of you like Councilor Juku and Councilor Cormier Ledger and Councilor DeLorco, and many of you who have watched a lot of meetings, you know our OPEB actuarial has stalled, and we have cut almost $1 million in OPEB contributions in our operating budget, and I think almost 2 years we have not been able to make that deposit from free cash. So our policy is in tough shape. However, given where all these numbers came out on the OPEB policy, you don't have to do it. You can approve it tonight if you like. But in the memo, I had recommended that maybe tabling that until the June 10th meeting would be advantageous to see where exactly all the budget numbers, particularly with healthcare, show up. I want to be clear that this is the Finance Committee's recommendation. They did recommend this on an 8-to-1 vote. I think if any of you watched it, the one dissenting vote was one of the Finance Committee members who actually wasn't against the fixing the sprinkler system at all, Ryan Lavorgna. He just was trying to actually engage, I think, some discussion among the Finance Committee about whether this was too much money, whether we were going to wait, whether we should do it now, wait for later. And obviously, the fire chief stood up at that meeting and said, well, the way you close the senior center is not repair the sprinkler system, because if the sprinkler system did have a problem, then the senior center would have to get shut down, and the fire chief, I'm sure, is happy to talk about that later. Lastly, I'll say, even despite the financial committee recommendation, the council has full authority to spend all of this free cash, none of it, portion it off. You can add things to this list. You can make amendments and take things off this list. The finance committee recommendation is just that. It's just a recommendation. That's in the town charter. They have no authority to say, you can't go higher or lower. So if folks want to take some of this stuff off and make amendments to this resolution, you can. Or if you want to add things from other tiers, you can. You can also add things to the list that aren't even on capital program. So you can go ahead and spend the money however the council desires. You're the legislative body, and you're in control of that. So this is our recommendation, the Finance Committee's recommendation, and obviously the staff are all here tonight to answer any questions that you might have on any of the projects in the Capitol or any of the fleet or any of the other facilities, questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay,
Go into that before we talk about.
yeah, can we go into the source of free cash, returns?
Jamie, if you could just
Oh, sure.
detail
Give us a-
2 and 3 before we have the big
Sure.
We have the big discussion.
Sure. So, as I think a few councilors had mentioned earlier, we were certified for about $4.5 million in free cash, which has been fairly stable for a while. If you notice, years back, we had far less free cash. One of the, about half of that, about $2 million of that is your income tax returns. It's really what departments turn back, and there's an itemized list in there. And you can see it's a little bit of everything from all the sorts of departments throughout town. I guess for people at home, what warrants a turnback? An example would be, we had a laborer at the DPW who resigned on October 1st. We weren't able to fill that position until February 1st. So there's salary that was not paid out for 3 months or 4 months, and that money is money that is then turned back at the end of the year. All of our free cash is certified by the Commonwealth, so it goes through a review process at the Department of Revenue, and then we get a certification. And then the second category are excess revenues. On here, you'll see as we talked about earlier with Councilor Griffith's questions, you'll see some of the over-unders on where revenue came in, where it was a little lower, but as I explained earlier, these are all reasonable estimates. And our free cash totals over the past at least 5 or 10 years have been fairly stable. I would note that up until a few years ago, when inflation really hit in 2022, we used to actually separate out the hotel tax money and use that for nothing but roads. Obviously, that doesn't happen anymore because the budget needed that money into local receipts. So that's really the split in free cash. When people ask, for example, where's all the money go from building, right? The building commissioner, who's on Zoom, brings in a tremendous amount of revenue in building permit monies. Like I said, the solar farm on Maple Gate will bring in a significant chunk of change. We'll see that in next year's free cash. We didn't anticipate that as part of this year's free cash because you don't know if the solar farm is going to be, if the land is going to turn over, if there's going to be lawsuits, you don't really know. But now that we know they closed on that on New Year's Eve, and now they're going forward with it, they come into the office. But it's very, very hard for us to predict exactly when all of that type of stuff is going to happen on a large building fee. But hopefully that's good news for next year. So that's a quick rundown.
All set?
Yep.
So we'll go the same way.
That's right.
Councilman Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're talking about the Tier 1 investments? Okay. Couple of questions on a few items. I did watch the Finance Committee meeting, so I picked up on some of this. Obviously, at $750,000, I'd like to get a little more background on the sprinkler system at the senior center.
Do you, just so while Kevin's coming up, do you know the history
No.
The 20-year history, 5-year history, 2-year history?
Kind of what I want to know. I've heard bits and pieces of it.
Building was built almost 20-something years ago.
Right.
Was built, for some reason, completely on the cheap. It's a beautiful building, but as you go in there, they've got those eaves and the nooks and crannies. We've had 2 sprinkler breaks with sub-zero temperatures. We were able to finance the insulation repairs last year. And now I'll let Kevin explain, and maybe the fire chief talk about the actual sprinkler system and the code that needs to happen. But that's the 1-minute version, is that we had a couple of those sprinkler breaks.
part of
And we
what
did
I-
insulate the entire inside of the building, I think a year ago, Kev, year and a half ago?
Around this time last year.
Around
I
this
think it was
time
like-
last year. Thank you. Go ahead, Kev.
Kevin Harn, Director of Facilities.
Thanks, Kevin. So, as an old facilities guy myself, I try to think back on my career and how many sprinkler replacement jobs we did. I can't think of any. And maybe that's because our leases were 10 years and we moved out of the building, or we did whatever. But even at 20 years, can you just give us some background on what's the problem, what's the fix, and how does it add up to $750,000?
So, as the breaks had happened, we would get on site, and working with the technicians, we would actually look into the pipe, and we found that the existing pipe that's throughout the senior center is worn. As in a dry system with compressed air, it has moisture, and over years there have been breaks, and we're noticing that the interior of the pipe is not, it's not, I guess, sufficient, or what we would.
Breaking down, okay.
Exactly. So, and that's your dry system, that's also your wet system. The $750,000 number is a pretty high level. I think it was somewhere between $40 and $45 a square foot. The senior center is a little, like around 18,000 square feet. So that $750,000 number, it could be less.
So even just more basic, if you could just back up. So you're talking individual pipes that terminated sprinkler heads, those are failing? Or
So where there was a break, so in a dry system where there'd be a low point and then there'd be a drip drum. Typically, you would go over and open up the top valve, then close it, then open the bottom valve, so any water that hit the low point would have been in the drum, and then opening the bottom valve, it would drain out. You would continue that sequence until no more water was coming out, and any moisture that would just naturally happen in a dry system would no longer be in the system. In the times where we had the breaks at the senior center, typically those are where the breaks were, wherever there was a drip drum, or above in a low point. And when it would break, and then the team would get on site, and they start cutting back in the pipe, and then they would see ice, they'd have to keep cutting back further. You cut back until there's no more ice, and then you would just add a new pipe and then connect it into the system. And
So all this pipe is up in the ceiling, right, above the ceiling tiles?
Correct.
Yeah, in the raised ceiling in that plenum. And it's cold enough up there to freeze the water?
Not anymore. Not anymore, we insulated it, so.
Okay. Warranty evaluation on what was built, I know it's 20-some odd years ago. Is there any, it doesn't sound like a great installation, if I can say it that way.
From what I know, I believe, I don't think going back and, or going through litigation or anything like that with like the original like construction team that happened, I think that's no longer.
I don't know if it's been discussed, it just
They may
seems
not
to
even
me.
be around anymore.
Yeah,
The people
okay.
that built it may not even
We
be
did
with
hit
us.
the insurance company.
I was just gonna say, we've done, we're out of insurance claims, challenge flags. We pulled a rabbit out of a hat both times. They did replace the furniture. We pulled every string in the book, but those rabbits are now gone out of the hat. So the insurance did cover
Cover some of it.
the costs of the previous brakes, but strike three were out. It's a great question, but I don't think the warranty or any of those other options are available.
Just my own experience, I don't remember ever having to do anything like that, whatever scale it is or whatever, but it just seems like, obviously, it's a lot of money, it's a big facility, there's a lot broken, right? You're replacing every pipe, every sprinkler head. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you're gonna go back to a dry system, by the way?
Well, so we have some funds allocated to, get a designer. I would love for it to just be a wet system, but I think the way that the senior center is designed,
It might have to.
I don't think that's
Yeah.
an option for us.
So dry system, meaning there's no water in the pipe until it calls for it when one of the fusible
Correct.
links melts or
Yeah.
something like that.
A lot of the
and it
newer,
calls for water.
and some of the newer dry systems, they no longer use compressed air. I think it's nitrogen, so no more, just naturally just water or moisture being
And that
introduced
connects
into
to the water main in the building or the main water lines, and that's where the water comes from to discharge, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. It just seems like a lot of money for, a big project or poor work or whatever it is. It's just, that's too bad. Okay. My only other question on this list is on the police vehicle replacements. I don't know if the chief's here or anybody could speak to it.
I'm older than him, so I'm sitting down.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. So, if I read the narrative right, I think the request was for 3 vehicles at,
There is a misprint in the book. It's 3 vehicles.
okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought I remembered. So 3 vehicles, is there a misprint in the $284,000?
No, what?
Is there a misprint
No.
in the $284,000?
No, it's $284,000.
So $95,000 a vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, one's 103.
So 103, that, yeah, because I thought I heard that at the,
One's 103.7, the other one's 92.2, and the other one's 88.477.
and what are they? What are
Two
we?
of them are specialty vehicles, one being a command vehicle, replacing one that we already have. So in the event that we have a critical incident or we're doing something like the 4th of July, that the vehicle itself is where, there's several computers in it, there's 2 different radio systems.
And it's a
et cetera.
Tahoe, right? It's not a regular sedan, or is it
No,
a?
we need a Tahoe because we need the bigger space.
Right.
We've used them in Fords before because we didn't really have anybody that was doing, there wasn't as much maintenance-wise and having the proper people down to DPW, but they've gone to several Chevys now, so now it is an option, whereas before, everything was all Ford. So of course, I asked Jay, who's the fleet manager for the entire town at the DPW, you don't have a problem with us having a Chevy. We could use the bigger vehicle for both the command vehicle and the other Tahoe is being used for a K-9 vehicle, with all the equipment that they end up having as well. I mean, every time Dave opens the door to the rear of his current Explorer, you gotta get ready to catch all the stuff as it starts falling out of the thing. It's just the way it goes. The other one is a regular line vehicle, a black and white, that is gonna be replacing one of the current, black and whites that are part of the patrol division, and that's why it's an Explorer. We don't need a Tahoe for that.
So it's 2 Tahoes and 1 Explorer, if I'm hearing that right. Okay, and one's 103, the others are 90 plus something thousand dollars.
Yeah.
Roughly, yeah.
The
I mean, is
regular
that-
Cruiser is 88,477. Cruiser 625 would be the command vehicle, that's 92, and then the K-9 vehicle is 103.7. Some of the stuff in the K-9 vehicle is expensive. I mean, there's a system in there that if the car starts to get hot, it will automatically turn on the air conditioning, drop the windows, and turn on the fans.
Come on.
So that the dog does not die. Because if either Frankie or Ben were to expire and heat it back up, this would be the last time you'd see me.
Last time you'd see any of us.
See any of us.
Well, just like I don't have experience replacing 18,000 feet of sprinkler heads. I never bought a police car before, so I have no idea what the price is, but.
Yeah, I mean, all of it's on the thing, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw all of it. I just, I had to
Are they getting more
ask.
expensive? Yeah, light bars are expensive. Radios, you know, the computer, the MDTs or mobile data terminals, or the computer that's in the car is a mil-spec computer. We already tried to use, you know, hey, let's just get a $1,000 Dell and stick it in there. But when you go from 0 degrees to 100 and something degrees, summer, winter, basically the thing started to peel apart. So now we end up, you know, we have patrol PCs, which you can basically run over with a car, and they will get damaged, but they'll still work. And those are what we use, but that's $5,000 just for that itself. And everything's got to be put in the car so that if they're ever in an accident, it doesn't come back to hurt them.
Right.
So it's, you know, the way that we put them in there, gun racks, you know, just et cetera. The prisoner cage in the back. And of course, they keep changing just enough on the Explorers so that you can't move with this stuff from one cruiser to another cruiser from, you know, because we keep our cars 4 to 5 years due to the number of cars that we have, so we're not turning them over. You know, like when I first started, we were turning cars over every 2 years. They were functionally dead after the first year, but we had to keep them for the second year. And all
I
we got
remember
was
you
like
talking
7 or
about
8.
that at the police station tour in terms of how you rotate them through. And I know this is only 3 cars. I just, at 100 grand apiece, I just thought I'd ask,
We
so.
usually ask for 5, but we just don't, we only needed 3. Only
Yeah.
3 this year met our replacement guidelines. And I think I kind of mentioned that as well. We had a couple of cruiser accidents in which the cars were replaced through insurance. It's not the way that we want to replace the cars, but it also meant that we didn't have to ask for as many this year.
Maybe not a bad strategy.
No, I don't like it. No one was hurt.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Steve, if I can, just,
Yeah.
I do it for the state police, they're turning to the towers too. Just, it's just more for the equipment, because they carry so much strong, you know, they got all that stuff. But that's outfitted too, so that's.
I get it.
MHQ, that's everything.
I know it's not just an off-the-line car, I get that,
Right,
I know
just
it's
so
got gear in it,
people
but,
Out in
yeah.
the audience, the public knows.
Sure.
Because you can buy it cheaper, but, you know, it's paint and putting emblems on, it's all that stuff.
I get it.
It goes, go.
Yeah,
It's-
the upfitting is, like, the towers themselves are 55.
Yeah.
It's 55,000, and then you have to, and then the rest of it is all the equipment that's added on, that's in it, or the paint and everything else.
In MHQ, they're the only game in town. If you go out to Oxford and see their yard, there's cruises from every town, everywhere.
and everybody's got to buy from them.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It's got the state contract.
Because we're getting a great price through that state
The
contract.
prices for everything that we bought, every single thing is through a state.
No, I get it, I get it.
I just went through it, and I hate to say it, but I paid a little bit more than they had.
And dress is good.
Yeah. Are you all set?
Yes, sir, that's all I had.
I don't have a lot. With Councilor Malloy's questions, which I think are good, I did have some familiarity with the vehicle replacement program and the sprinkler system, but I think, you know, it's great to have that additional clarity for the room. You know, as I look through the tier 1 requests, there's nothing that really, you know, it jumps out at me as being well out of place, and frankly, not much that's going to move the needle in terms of managing our savings and kind of helping our budget. So, to me, the proposal, you know, which I think we made, which is to focus on tier 1 for now, save tier 2 and tier 3 for another day, seems to make a lot of sense. You know, especially if we're combining it with our broader goal of defining our financial strategy for the long term. So I don't have any specific questions on the tier 1 elements. I do have one question, actually 2 questions on tier 2, which I just want to better understand them. You know, both, I think, one's in school and one is in IT. If you could just speak to the 300, I guess, teacher laptop replacements and the 375,000 in teacher laptop replacements and the classroom infrastructure improvements. And why do we not need them this year versus?
Hi, Tim Raposa, Director of Technology for the Town of Franklin and the Franklin Public Schools. I can speak to the laptop replacement. I would love to do them this year. As you know, it's just a big ticket item. I think it's just an issue of affordability. But those 300 laptops were purchased in 2020. They are, going on 6 years old, which means the opportunity that we may have to replace them is next year if we have the money. Teachers are using 7-year devices that are out of warranty, and actually was having our staff meeting today, and they're saying, what do we do when the motherboards are dying on these devices? Because they are, and the batteries are not lasting because they're already 6 years old. I say, well, we have to start replacing them, and that means it comes out of our regular budget. So over the course of this year, those old devices are going to eat up a lot of the funds of the technology budget. So.
Thank you.
And the maybe you could speak to the Chromebooks?
The Chromebooks are for students, and we, that is in the tier 1. That is our replacement for the entering 6th graders. And those devices, roughly, we plan on trying to get anywhere between 300 and 350 devices, because as you know, those prices vary greatly. So $100,000 will give us somewhere in that range. And those students are expected to have those, believe it or not, from 6th grade all the way through graduation.
Is there another IT question before?
Yes,
another IT question. Sorry?
Ken's up. Ken's he has the floor.
If I can have the time back, go ahead and ask your IT question.
Yeah. So I just was curious about the virtual environment and the access point licenses.
Yes.
And what were the vendors for those, and how did you go about choosing them? Did you look at a comparative bid for them when you did them?
The access point licenses they're pretty standard. I usually am pretty good at trying to get us some discounts on those. I already have a quote for that. Those, I believe that quote may have came from Wally Computer, I'm not sure. But so what happens with that is you're going to get the same price no matter who you go to. And here is why. So Extreme is the name of the company that owns these access points. There's one right above your head right there. So what Extreme does, that company, they don't give you a licensing quote themselves. You have to go through a vendor, right? They don't deal directly with you. Only Dell goes direct. Everyone else goes through a reseller. So what they do, so that I don't ask 4 different resellers to say, I need a quote, I need a quote, I need a quote, I need a quote, so I can get comparative quotes. They tell me, listen, what vendor do you want to work with? Because we're only going to give one vendor the discount pricing. We're not going to give them all discount pricing. We're only going to give one. And that's called a registered deal. That's how they work. That's not us doing it. That's how the company does it. That's how Extreme does it. HP does it that way. They all do it that way.
It's not just the government, it's everybody.
It's the seller. And here's why. Because they don't want to get 5, 6 different people all asking them for the same quote and then having to, and then letting them all battle it out. They just say, listen, we're going to give you discounted pricing. Pick your vendor. Who do you want to work with? It's called a preferred vendor. And once that vendor registers the deal, the other vendors are locked out from getting that discount. That's how it works.
Does that violate antitrust laws?
I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer. I just know that that's how it's worked. And so, and sometimes if I do ask multiple ones, they'll, the other vendor will call me up and they'll say, somebody already registered this deal. Have you asked someone else? And I say, yeah, I asked 3 different vendors because I like to get 3 quotes. And they say, well, we can't get a discount now, so that's it. That's how it works. But that's the discount. That's the discount they get.
Max, so the vendor's already chosen here. We use Extreme. That's the vendor, and it's just the reseller that he has to be locked into.
Right. The manufacturer is Extreme.
Yeah. Some of them get a better. They say, oh, we have a better deal with Extreme. We can get you a better price or whatever. But once, like you were saying, once it's locked in, you're kind of locked into that vendor. They won't let you kind of move around, even try to shop them. Sometimes you can, but most times.
What about the virtual environments? Is that a server? Is it software? Is it
So the-
support for the software?
The virtual environment is, you've all heard the term virtualization, right? It basically means instead of having 100, hardware boxes everywhere, you have a stack of really big servers, like, 2 or 3 of them. We have 2 here at the town hall and 2 at the high school, and they're mirrored, they're identical servers. On those servers, you virtualize our 100 servers in them. So big piece of hardware, it's not really a server, it's an environment, right? And then you have these 100 servers that you can create within them. They're virtual, they're not real pieces of hardware. So that's what that is, and they're identical stacks, they replicate towards you, everything on the town is replicated at the high school server and vice versa. So that if one of these stacks fail, we can fail over to the other server and within several hours, bring them up and have the town running over there or have the schools running over here. And obviously, it's a backup system as well.
So in terms of the provider for that, is that something, I assume the infrastructure is already there, so you can't just shop around for that, it's already there?
So that was purchased 6 years ago. Very expensive, way more expensive today. So typically, we would have been replacing this by now. It should, industry standard, in private industry, they would have been replaced a year ago. And probably more than a year ago, every 3 years. But we extended ours 3 years because the hardware is still working great, knock on wood, right? It's working okay. So, it's not like police cars that are getting beat up and we have to replace them. If it's still working well, as long as I can cover the hardware, get someone to basically, it's not really an insurance policy, but you know how you get a maintenance plan on you when you buy a laptop? You get a 3-year, maintenance plan. That's what I'm extending. I'm saying, okay, well, we had it for 6 years. Can I find somebody out there that'll give me 2 more? And they're not going to go more than 2 because they know it's going to break, and so that's what that is. So I'm extending that environment age another 2 years, and it still with it still being covered. If I could not cover it, I would have to replace it. So this is it. In 2 years, big bill to replace that. But in 2 years, we don't know. Virtual cloud storage, which a lot of people are moving out of the cloud back to physical where we are, because it's just getting so expensive. Why? Because AI compute is eating up all that hardware out there in the cloud. So it's becoming more and more expensive, supply and demand, right? So we don't have to move back because we're already here. We never left because it's cheaper for us to have it here on premise. However, we will have to replace that hardware in 2 years. And it's going to be $500,000, at least.
Who's the hardware vendor and who's the virtualization vendor?
Dell is the hardware vendor, but we purchase everything from Dell direct because we get a good deal. But with the exception of the virtual stack, because the virtual stack is not just a PC. It's not just a computer. It is a system, right? So you want to have a value-add reseller that knows what they're doing when they provide that system. So when we had it put in 6 years ago, it was Winslow Technologies. They are a Dell certified value-added reseller. They did a fantastic job. So we're going to have them support it for the next 2 years. They gave us the quote for that.
Is it Microsoft, Hyper-V?
It is Hyper-V, yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we've always used Hyper-V right from the get-go. We, thank God, never went to VMware, because all those people who did are scrambling these days. But yeah, Hyper-V has always fulfilled our needs. We don't need a huge virtualization system. We just needed to virtualize our servers to stop having hardware distributed everywhere. And Hyper-V has worked great.
The last question before I give it back to Ken, who's lent me a lot of his time. The Chromebooks, are they, are you going to be, is that something that you're going to be asking for every year for a similar amount?
We have been asking for it every year. So we're in the COVID hangover right now, right? So in 2020, we bought 4,500 Chromebooks with $1 million. They're all the same age. So we had to put a stake in the ground of when we're going to stop replacing these. They're all, well, do the math, right? They're all 6 years old now. So we have a lot of not too happy parents with 10th and 11th graders that have these really old Chromebooks that we just can't replace them. They're breaking, we're fixing them, but we're in that replacement cycle now, right? So we had to say, when are we going to start replacing these? So yes, every year I'll be asking for $100,000 for 350 Chromebooks, and that will move us over the course of the years get that replacement cycle. Should that be in my regular budget? I know that's gonna be the next question. Yes, it should. But I can just increase my regular budget by $100,000. Unless you guys say I have to, then, then we will.
Back to Ken.
No, that was it for IT. I think I thought it made sense to just have you answer all the questions so you can sit down.
Yes, exactly.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My other question was for the schools, just I wanted more context or color around the classroom infrastructure improvements and just how, that's a tier 2, which is frankly not something I'm gonna support today, but I just wanted to better understand what's included there and what the timeframe is.
Right, so as a result of the district reorganization, obviously we picked up classrooms in every school, shuffled people around, moved out of certain buildings, and then reset. What we learned is we did some walkthroughs with facilities, with operations, with trades, to really look across the board at each of the schools. We ended up moving middle schoolers into elementaries into middle schools. So you have a science lab in the middle with a gas turn in a current 3rd grade classroom. So that was like priority 1, is how do we make these actually suited for the age and grades that the students would be learning in. So that was phase 1. After that, when we moved everything, what you realize is, Washington Street built in '96, you start looking at the walls, wall repair, holes, just things that happen over the course of a 25-year period. Tiles that needed to be replaced, things like that. Those weren't immediate needs when we first moved, but then ultimately a list was put together with Colin and with Kevin and the trades to look at if we were to chip away at these items, what would it take to get some of these things up to speed? So they have a full list of things that they've chipped away. What I'd say is this goes towards allowing the tradesmen to have the tradespeople to have the things that they need to continue to keep up with the work and the repairs and the investments in these facilities. The last piece I'd say is they've tiered it. I don't want to confuse tiers, so I'll try to, but they've broken down like their next phase of areas in which need the most attention right now. We have some old carpet in a middle school science room right now, where in a science lab, carpet's not really what you should have in that room. Did it make tier 1? No, because I wasn't going to sit here and say, I need carpet out of the science room to when we need a police vehicle. But ultimately, that's how we were asked to put together the capital program. And this is ultimately part of, once again, like a multi-year asks around capital, that just how we would continue to chip away and working together as a team. And I will say, my son's a senior. He's had that Chromebook, and it's, I'm handing that thing in, it's going to be like smoking by the time you get that thing.
Just throw it in the car.
Yeah, okay. I'll sanitize it. Yeah. So,
Okay, so
did you want to speak to it, or you?
No, the only thing that I'll add is, I met with Colin, Steve, Richard, and we're going to continue to work on items, phase 2 items from the redistricting. But when we met, we looked at our bandwidth on what the list was and what we could actually do. So I'll just say that.
So I appreciate that. For me, I think it's important, you'll be a broken record a little bit, that, we're looking tactically at what we can practically accomplish and what's necessary for today, but also thinking more strategically about what's our long-term plan, what's our goal. I know we ask you to do that, and that's something that we need to do as well for ourselves. It's good to hear that that's what's happening, so that's what you're actually bringing to the table. That said, my broader comment as I look through this is, I kind of started here, was tier 1 feels like it makes sense. There's some things in tier 2 that might also be nice, but given that tiers 2 and 3 are not necessary, or not immediately necessary for today, it makes sense for us to take the approach of looking at tier 1. That's what I would support. But we need to, as I said before with the operating budget, make sure that we are working on a plan for how we approach these. And if it's something that's in the capital budget that really should be an operating expense, we need to be thinking about how we manage that in the future as well. To Councilor LeBlanc's point earlier, it's going to take us some time to get there, but I think we just need to make sure, we need to be clear that we are committed to making those adjustments because they're really necessary. my 2 cents.
You all set?
Time.
Tim?
Could you, our
told
big
him he didn't have to
computer
come back.
brains, come back to the mic. So it always sucks being the unpopular kid at the dance that no one wants to dance with, but that's me, right? So here we go. Go back to that, we got that one-time federal money during COVID to buy 4,500 Chromebooks. But if I understand it correctly, having sat here for a few years, there really isn't a plan in the school department operating budget to fund the maintenance and replacements of those computers, because you're coming to the capital program every year with the hope that we do that.
Correct.
That, to me, is insane, Tim.
I agree.
I'm just, again, that's why no one wants to dance with me, right? But, like, we accepted that federal money, we bought these Chromebooks, being a dad with 2 kids in the school system and having replaced 4 Chromebooks already, even with the insurance, right? They're not optimal, but I understand that the school department shifted as that was the delivery model for education for 6th grade up. So I'm not questioning that, but if you make that decision to leave textbooks and go to the computers, then you have to also have a plan to pay for them when they break and they need replacement. So from where I'm sitting, the $100,000 for 6th grade Chromebooks doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It makes much more sense to look at the tier 2 request of the school safety improvements for $75,000, especially when I see today in the news that another school shooting happened in British Columbia, right? And that's why we talked about doing these school improvements for safety a number of years ago, right? We were gonna phase in these necessary thresholds and buzzers and 2-way access points to truly make the school safe. I remember those conversations, right? So I don't mean to put you on the spot, right? But maybe the larger conversation has to be to parents of the school department can do a group purchase and everybody's gonna pay the $250 as a fee, and maybe the kids will take better care of the computers if the parents own it. But to continue to put money from a capital when we're not doing sidewalks, when we're not doing, you know, our fire chief's gonna talk to us today about the needs for the fire truck, like, it's kinda nuts. And then I look at this report that was provided, this FY25 expenditure analysis by department for what departments actually contributed to free cash. And this is no offense, Lucas, to any of my friends over at the school department. I love you guys. But the school department contributed a whopping $34,000. Our veteran services department contributed more than that, and they're 2 people. So you're asking for $100,000 from a program that you contributed 35 to. But our police and our fire departments who contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars to this program, if you look at what's here, that makes sense to me, right? Because, all right, they're putting the money in, they're waiting for their safety equipment, they're waiting for their cruisers, they're waiting for their fire trucks, but they're hoping from fees and one-time money to get this stuff fixed. That makes sense to me. So and this may just go to the bigger operational deficit issue of the school department, right? That there just isn't the money to fund these computers. Okay, then phase them out or figure out a different way to pay for them. But this, as it's outlined right now, I can support everything else that's here in tier 1, but I can't support $100,000 for Chromebooks. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
I was gonna say the same thing, but you took my glory, so I
Well, I'm
agree
used
with
to
you.
that. I'm
Yeah,
used to that.
I agree with you.
I'm happy to answer any further questions that you may have about that. I didn't really, I was looking for a question in there, but.
Sorry,
Okay.
You answered the question by saying there isn't a plan to pay for these. You answered the question, and I appreciate the honesty.
Okay.
Go ahead.
think just like many large capital purchases that support our budgets, if we could put that into our budget, we certainly would put it in operations and it wouldn't come before you. A good example too is we're always looking for ways to fund other things. One thing that didn't make this list, we received an earmark from Senator Roush for $100,000 to fix the courtyard area at the Lincoln Street School, that they had to tear out old equipment that was in the middle. So that was, originally we had proposed, hey, if we get that, we'll make like learning environments in the courtyard. It was like, nope, we have like a different need. We just need it fixed because it's got potholes, sinkholes, it's a complete mess. So that's not on the list, but that's where we were able to kind of find money to do that. Historically, we have had this program. We have a one-to-one device program like many communities within Massachusetts, particularly Northeast, around using devices. I think if you were to ask, I think it's back to affordability. If we had every kid who shows up at our front door where they had to buy their own device, I think we'd be having similar conversations around affordability for many people. So some of this is an equity piece too, that as a school system, we say, hey, when you open the doors, it's free and appropriate. Right. Right. You can't. So I think the idea is, I just wanted to frame it in a way that the other perspective to that is just trying to make sure that we're providing that particular service. And I think when we had the money that came as one time, I think that was another example of trying to buy some time, multiple years to get out ahead to try to, and then come up with a plan or a longer term strategy. So I think that was the goal then, like COVID time. We're talking now about longer term strategies, but ultimately just wanted to provide a little bit more perspective.
No, I appreciate that, Lucas, very much, and I do appreciate that there's an affordability piece, certainly, and maybe the solution is there are some computers that have to be on hand for kids that can't afford them, or kids that are on free lunch, for example, like maybe there is something that could be done so that equity piece. I mean, you don't want to shame some kid that can't afford a computer. Right. That's not my intention.
I'm not taking but there's still
but still, like now we're talking about you're going to need these computers this year, and you just said you're going to need to come to us every year for the next foreseeable, well, probably forever, right? Because every 6 years you're going to be replacing the previous
so
computers, right?
Just to give you a little history, we've been doing one-to-one for 10 years, right? It started with the high school. The reason that it exploded to 4,500 in 2020 is obviously because everyone went home and everyone had to have a Chromebook. So what happened was we started with one-to-one at the high school, and we had our roughly 2,000 Chromebooks there, and that was sustainable. We were purchasing them with capital, but it was sustainable because we were just replacing, one grade level a year, one grade level every 2 years, and it was sustainable. Then it moved into the middle school. This is all before COVID, right? And so we had our cache of Chromebooks, and they were getting aged, but it was manageable. And yes, were we refilling the ones that were broken with some one-time funds? Yes. Some budget funds? Yes. When we hit COVID, it's when we bought so many at one time, that's what, and it's not just us, every school district went through this. Everybody bought thousands of Chromebooks to send all their kids home during COVID to teach them remote. That's just what happened, and everyone is in the same boat. Everyone should be moving to a more sustainable repair program, yes. All the money that we collect from insurance, just so you know, goes into a revolving fund. That is the money that we use to repair and replace the devices that are insured, that qualify for, replacement. And the third piece that I really want to mention that was not really driven home is we chose a program based around online learning on Chromebooks. 10 years ago, we chose to go in that direction. I agree, they should have been managed and funded better, and when we went through the bump of COVID, it exacerbated the problem. But one thing that it has to be made very clear is that you cannot require a student to have their own device. You can't say, in order to do our curriculum, you have to buy a device and come to school and have a Chromebook. We have to provide it for them. Why? Well, the state has this thing called MCAS, and MCAS has to be done on a device. So we have to provide those devices. We have no choice. We have to do it. There is no paper-based MCAS anymore. So even if we said, hey, you all have to bring in your own devices, we still have to have enough Chromebooks on hand to test 1,200 kids during MCAS. That's a lot less than 4,500, I agree. But that requirement of requiring a student to come in with a device, or you can't come to school, private schools can do that. Public schools can't do that. So that's really where we are. So we're kind of stuck in that mode. So I hope I explained that correctly.
I had a weird question.
Wait a minute, Max. Gene had a question, then you can have a question.
Okay, thank you. What happens when a student breaks a Chromebook?
The one-to-one Chromebooks that are taken home, which is middle and high, they are offered the opportunity to purchase insurance every year at the beginning of the year. It is not required that they purchase it. We strongly encourage that they do. If it is insured and it's accidental damage, it is repaired or replaced. They're insured. If it is not insured, it's a $250 fee, just like as if you were to lose a book or break a microscope, you have to refund the school for what you broke.
How much is the insurance cost?
$45.
For the whole year?
For the whole year, yep. And we insure them to the end of September, third week in September, so that they can keep them over the summer. We can, at the end of the summer, when they come back in, we can get all those ones that were broken over the summer, and they're still insured, so they don't have to, we don't have to worry about that, get them all fixed before the new insurance kicks in. And in that time, we're telling everybody, go buy your insurance. So it's a good system. We do occasionally run into that problem of, well, I didn't buy the insurance and it broke and it was an accident. Well, if you didn't buy insurance on your car and you got into an accident, what would the insurance company say? Well, they're not going to say you can buy the insurance now. Oh, gee, it's just how it is, right? That's what insurance is for. The other thing that we always run into is intentional damage. If you key your own car and go to the insurance company, they're going to say, well, you did it yourself. We're not going to cover you. It's the same thing. Intentional damage is not covered whether you're insured or not. It just makes sense, right? So we run into that, and we have to have those uncomfortable conversations, but that's the system that we have in place now, and we are always looking to improve it, but that's where we are now.
This is kind of a crazy question, but hypothetically, could you give people a Chromebook, but also have them opt out and pay them if they opt out, so that they're incentivized to use their own laptop, and it still costs less than getting a Chromebook?
Yeah, I never really explored that, but that's an interesting concept. I don't think I could get that to fly by finance, to be honest.
All right, yes, I'll yield. Go ahead.
But I was just gonna, if you were done, I was just gonna recognize Al Charles has got his hand up. I just let him in as a panelist if the chair wants to let him ask his question. School committee member Al Charles.
Well, Caroline, while he's still here, standing up, we'll let him go. That's kind of the way Capital goes. All right, Al, if you want to ask a question, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. And I've been listening to this and I definitely appreciate the conversation. I just wanted just to confirm though, if we have students use their own laptops or devices, does that add more technical challenges that we have to account for? Because now we're supporting numerous different devices that we hadn't planned for in comparison to knowing that we have these set type of models of Chromebooks.
Well, that is an interesting question, and there's two pieces to that. There's the educational piece, and there is the support piece. So number one, if you choose BYOD, and we do have the option of BYOD at the high school level, and that is a educational decision comes from the principal of the school. If they choose to allow BYOD, it actually makes it easier for us because we don't support them. If your own device breaks, you go get it fixed and go get a loaner out of the media center for the day. That's how it works. So for the tech department, it makes our life a little easier. For the educational environment, it makes it a little bit more challenging because we have management tools that teachers use, particularly at the middle school level. They use a software called Securely Classroom. And what Securely Classroom is, it allows the teacher to see the devices that the students are on, and among other things, send things to their device, their Chromebook screen. With a personally owned BYOD device, that becomes not possible anymore because we're not managing that device. All that magic happens when we manage that device right behind the scenes. They're not really using that software at the high school. So at the middle school level, we kind of are in the position of, well, we kind of have to be providing the devices if we want to manage it and use the software that we're paying for to manage this. So, so educationally, a BYOD in the educational arena makes it more difficult for the teacher and for the curriculum. Makes it easier for the tech department. Putting all devices, us owning all the devices, makes it more difficult for the tech department to obviously maintain more devices that we own, but it makes it a lot easier for the educational environment. So, does that make sense?
Just a quick question. Clarifying question. Can you do the MCAS on a personal device?
No.
So that you would, every year, you would have to give them.
Right, so in the high school, for example, where we do have roughly 50 to 75 BYOD devices, when MCAS comes along, they have to head to the media center that morning, and we have to make sure that we have enough devices so they can grab a Chromebook, log into it, and do their MCAS test that day.
Good question. Anybody else for the tech department? No. All right, you can go home. All right, Councilor Griffin, you're up.
All right. So similar to Councilor Shuko, I actually don't have any questions about the town tier or tier 1. But sorry, Lucas, I'm going to make you come up here for a third time because we didn't get to all the questions for you while you were up here. But I would like to ask about the tier 2, the district-wide safety or school safety improvements, and why that is a tier 2. That seems to be the only item that is safety related that is not in tier 1. And so I'm just
So some of that is related to camera replacement. We have cameras throughout our schools in many different areas. So on a hallway, you might see on a 100-foot hallway, 2 or 3 cameras. We have ones that are either aging out or need to be replaced because they're not working. So part of that was around trying to just keep up with the replacement. What we have done at the schools and through the help of facilities and those investments that previous council has approved is we've done a lot of multi-year asks for school safety. So every one of our schools has a pedestrian trap now. I remember when I was an assistant super, we had certain schools that didn't. We had a big safety assessment done by Synergy and the state police, and they said that's one of the best things you can do is just get the double, if you've been to the schools, it's the double buzz in. So that we had a single door open. So now we have that, that's done. That project was completed over years of having capital investments that happen. Some of the schools with the cameras that we have, we would look to repair or replace, and we know that they're on a cycle, so we don't want to wait until they're all gone and then we come with some larger number. But ultimately what we decided was when we looked at tiering, and it's part of the discussion a couple of hours ago too around, you can do all the capital or you can have an unbalanced budget for a year, or you can balance the budget and then decide on prioritizing capital. I think those are the discussions that that's what's happening, right? So ultimately, that's what those mean.
So
and the servers.
Okay.
Because I think Tim talked a little bit about it, but the school safety, the camera servers are a different server than what Tim's talking about. So those are going to hit an age where we will need to be replaced. So that was part of it too, was trying to slowly start to chip away at those.
So if we don't do that this year, I assume that will be next year, and
It'd be more
additional?
next year, yes.
So it'd be a bigger number
It's
next
similar
year.
to what I think Brutus talked a little bit about. When you don't, you do it. It's just like with the special ed van, if we didn't do it and then it fails mid-year, we have to, I don't know what we'll do. We have a spare van that's kind of on its last leg. This is the last one that's over 10 years old, over 150,000. If we get, and then we were lucky we had an earmark from Rep. Roy to have additional van put in. That was good. We worked with Jamie last year to include another van. I think it was 2 years ago. So we've tried to patch. We're on the last leg. Next year we would be asking for 2. So that's kind of how I would predict that would go. So that's how that ended up in tier 1, was just trying to make sure that we have that first priority.
Okay, yeah, so I understand the van. So I'm just trying to figure out the safety improvements. This year, you're thinking that they're not critical for this year?
No, they did not make the first tier because we were trying to, like I said, trying to manage multi-years of replacement, repair, but ultimately, and if they were, I would say that to you, and I would have advocated harder for that to be tier 1, but we're hitting that point. It's similar to some of the access points and some of the other technology decay, if you will, is a real thing, and I think we're all experiencing it in our different areas. So that's the example I'd give.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have that same question. You know, safety to me is very important in the schools, obviously, especially with what's going on everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
That's why I was kind of hoping that we could make sure that.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to putting that into,
No,
putting that into
I'm
this.
not either.
Yeah.
I
You know,
just, yeah,
you know,
it is the only safety, from what I could see, it's the
Yeah.
only safety item that's.
Plus, that's how Lucas caught my son stealing his locker.
You brought it up, not me.
Thank you, Lucas. That is actually that's my only question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're
That's
good?
it. I'm good.
Councilor Blank?
All righty. Jamie. To the chair, to Jamie. Jamie, 1 + 1 = 3 when it comes to how the free cash is calculated. So I'm not expecting an answer tonight, but Carrie, I probably have to sit down with you. Because when I look at the numbers, when you look at the sources, the excess revenue was $1.5 million. The excess department returns was $2 million. That's 3.5. Where's the other $1 million coming from?
That's from overlay surplus.
Explain overlay surplus.
I was just gonna say that.
We have a 10 o'clock curfew.
Yes, I know that. So that's why
Unless we vote to extend.
Right.
So there's a whole PowerPoint presentation that we were gonna do at the Finance Committee recently on overlay surplus. So overlay surplus is abatements and, I'm gonna boil it down to one sentence.
Okay, one sentence.
Abatements and exemptions in the budget, when those aren't spent, okay, then they go into your free cash certification. The issue with overlay surplus is a surplus amount of money that's controlled single-handedly and unilaterally by the Board of Assessors. Fun fact for all of you, that's actually, the Board of Assessors are who you thank every year for our senior tax work-off program. Most people don't know it, but you pay the senior tax work-off program out of the overlay surplus account.
Right.
Overlay surplus has a whole nother statutory thing. You can Google it tomorrow and geek out on it. It actually counts and so it actually counts within your free cash certification, but it's very, very complicated to explain how the Board of Assessors still have it, and they have to authorize it, but it still comes on your balance sheet, on your recap, when we go through all of our financial audits with DOR, and that's how they come out to a free cash certification at the end of the year.
Right.
So there's where your difference is,
All right.
and
I'll get
we'll
an
be happy-
education offline, so.
You can go.
You got it.
You can go have fun with overlay
That's right,
surplus.
exactly.
I know, it's like, it feels like a government term coming out of the middle of nowhere, like, as y'all haven't learned enough, right? And it's like overlay surplus, where's, what? And Kevin's laughing, but that's the third bucket.
All right.
But we can still meet.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna meet.
Yeah, you should definitely.
We're gonna meet. That's
Block a couple hours with Mr. Doyle if you're gonna meet,
Well,
just for
we'll-
overlay
we'll-
surplus, right, Kevin?
we'll
Because
have
he
a
will
nice-
teach you how to build the clock.
I'll bring the drinks, so.
Bring coffee.
One of the things I like about the way the budget book is, and we talked about tiers, it's actually not the tiers, it's the prioritization, your classifications in there. I think that's very important, and I think for consistency year over year, we probably need to give definitions around these things. And right now, I would actually argue, right now you have tier 1 is threat to citizens, safety, blah, blah, blah. 2 is maintenance of operational necessity. 3 is requirements of state or federal law. I actually would flip 3 and 2, because to me, if it's a federal or state or it's a law requirement, then it probably takes precedent over operational. So going forward, I'd probably look to switch those. But I think that's the key to determining any budget, is to have each of the departments put their prioritizations based upon what these classifications are, which is what they did. There's probably some loose interpretation, but we got to nail down those pieces, because ultimately, what you did with the capital plan and what you put into tier 1 was anything that was classified as 1, with the exception of one item, and that item probably was really not a threat to citizens or employees, so probably could have been a 2 or a 4, actually. So I appreciate that. One question I am going to ask the departments that are here tonight is, there are almost 36 departments here, but there's only 8 departments making requests for capital. Do any of the other departments have requests for capital that didn't make this book for some reason? That just seems highly unusual, that 36 departments, and there's only, oh, there's one person jumping up. I'm trying to understand why isn't there something in there for the library? Why isn't it there, just?
So, quickly, one issue is, if you notice, the school department requests are only about 300,000. Why? Because technology is all in technology.
Yeah.
Facilities are all in facilities,
Well, they were on my
right?
question as well, too,
Okay.
yeah. So-
And then number two, we did start asking other departments. We just started this about 2 or 3 years ago. Before then, I don't even think all of these departments 10 years ago were asked necessarily. But if the town clerk needs a voting machine, and I just happen to look right at her, right? She just walks upstairs and says, how do we fund this? I have an election in a year, we want to stay ahead of this. And then we try to figure out a way to pay for it. But most of the other items that you're gonna see from them are either very low cost dollars, they're not gonna be very expensive, and there may be another way to pay for them. There may be a grant, there may be, maybe instead of going to free cash, we pay out of the clerks if there's a surplus. I'm just giving that as an example.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons, and it just helps streamline things for all of us to just focus on the 8 or 9 or 10 big ones. But if the library had something, they had a capital request last year, we funded it through Community Preservation Act. I just use those as a handful of examples of, sometimes we can, draw some of those capital requests on one-offs from another source that may not be from free cash.
And that ties back to, that's why we need a 10-year plan that literally lists everything, regardless of how it's going to get funded, and then we figure out the funding source at a later date.
Yep,
So
I agree.
I'll-
I do agree with that.
Okay. To my question.
Mr. Chairman, through you. Yeah, I don't know where to start on this, but I will tell you.
You get 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Because I want to be out of here by 10.
Real quickly, I did ask for a lot. We went through a process, but I got to tell you, in all my years here, 20 plus, there's $10,000 on here, $10,000 on a $5+ million budget general fund. Even in the worst years in 2009, when we had the recession, Public Works still got over $200,000 for type stuff. $10,000, and that's for general fund share of replacing the fuel pumps, so we can fill other vehicles in town. So once again, this goes against the promise that we're running up against it, that we're not getting the funding that's there. The one I do want to bring out to you, who was on the tier 2, was the traffic study. You guys are all hearing about it. I get called all the time. Traffic out here, traffic lights. I did put on there for $150,000. I'm not sure where you can get it from, but that not only looks at, the timing of the lights, to move people quicker through town more efficiently, but also looking at the asset that we have out there. Those lights, they're $400,000 a whack, okay? Those little pretty boxes that people painted, the rats get in there and they eat those. We're not fixing this stuff. The cameras work really well now. We still have a lot of wires in the road, the signals that go on and off. This stuff we need to look at, because if we're not fixing it now, it's going to cost more money. In the meantime, besides costing money, it's inconveniencing folks in town. So that's an asset, and that's going to be, I don't know, $1 million over next year, how to plan for it. But we need to start planning for that now, because we're in reactatory mode with that stuff, and it just costs more. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Kevin?
I'm just going to echo what Jamie said from a facilities perspective is, I go around to all the departments, again, more so looking at it as the building, as the facility itself, and I'll meet with, the respective department heads and give me your list, what do you need? And then, I prioritized it from there, and then, again, putting it onto the sheet that finance team was looking for capital, that's how it got.
Perfect.
to you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to solve it now, but if there are requests that, again, it's just unusual that there's 8 departments and there's 36 in total. One last question I had, Jamie, for you is, there is an item in here for the design review guidelines.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. That request is going to be actually looked at through a grant. The design review committee has wanted to do an entire analysis of our sign by law, and it's a big master plan goal. But given the financial issues, I do think there are probably some grants out there that Marina can tap into, so she's gonna try that first. But that, if she did, that is not a joke for an entire consultant to come in and just help, right? Redo an entire code of bylaws. We've looked at other communities, and that's what they were paying to have somebody assist the design review commission to do that. That was what the price was. But we brought it up, and she's gonna try to get some grants first to see if we can finish that one off that way. But that's what that is. And I do think, as Councilor DeLarco knows, I mean, we've duct taped our way around the sign by law in town for a long time, and that does need an overhaul at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the design review needs to go beyond just being a sign committee. It needs to, it needs to take into other things, so I'm all for
I agree.
trying to boost the
Yeah.
status of the design review committee and how it plays into the development of the town, so, so that you answer that question. As it relates to the safety item, I don't know how we handle this, but I would be for swapping out the Chromebooks that are $100,000 for the safety improvement. I don't know if that has to be an amendment.
We have to amend.
Then I'm gonna ask, I don't know, then I would ask to amend what's in front of us to remove the $100,000 for the Chromebooks and put the $75,000 in for safety. Because it says safety, and safety is number one, that to me is, again, just was a misprioritization in the grand scheme of things. Now granted, Lucas, there may be already cameras there. I would feel terrible if that camera didn't work and something happened, and think what happened at Brown, think what happens today, all this stuff. So I would be, I guess I'm making an amendment to remove the $100,000 for the Chromebooks and replace it with the $75,000 for the safety improvements at the schools.
I think we have to do that when we do the resolution, right?
Yep.
All right, we wait to do that.
Okay, that's right, we're talking about this right now, that's true, I forgot about that.
Hold that, Mike.
Yeah, I'll hold that.
Could I just interject? I don't disagree with what Mike said, but I'm not sure I want to reduce the Chromebooks. So could we just add the $75,000 for the school safety, enhance it, so the amendment might be slightly different?
Let's vote on what I'm gonna amend first, and
Okay.
and I'll tell you the reason for that, while Ted stole my thunder a little bit about and you can throw me, maybe I'm not gonna get asked to dance either. I do think it's kind of unusual that a $70 million department turned back $30,000. I didn't pick that up, that you have a department of 2 people that turned back $40,000. I know that the school committee does a lot, there's a lot of things, and I want to understand that better. So that will be something that I'll do as a side note, because I need to understand why a department of that size only can turn back $30,000, so.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I will answer that quickly. Because under state law, schools can keep all of their money from one fiscal year for the other, towns cannot. That's a state law. Number 2, there are very finite things that they have to turn back, and I will even admit to you guys, I don't know exactly why encumbrances get turned back, but I trust the school business administrator, I think she's around somewhere. Thank you, Jana, that whatever was turned back and working with our comptroller was what was the few reasons why they make a few deposits. But schools under Massachusetts law, once they get their money, they keep their money and they can roll it from year to year. Am I?
No, we have to expend it, or that's the small incremental amount that we do turn back. I will say, our budget's built on a pretty fixed set amount, because most of it is salary driven, so you have to reconcile and pay your employees for the entire year. We don't have the same equipment items, we don't have the same predictive thing.
You don't have the same expenses.
Right, I think expenses is where it gets different. So when you look at our budget, the majority of it is salary. So when you commit to those salaries, that gets expended throughout the year. So I think that's how that budget is designed, I just would say. And that's the nature of school. I think if you looked at schools across the state, you'd see the same kind of metric. So I want to acknowledge, we don't contribute to the capital program that's existed in the same way that other departments, but we also don't budget. If you want to give me 200 grand, I'll buy my own Chromebooks and I'll give you 100 grand back at the end of the year. You know what I mean? I just think we don't budget that way. And that's how we have a budget set for the year. That's how we expended it. And last night, if you watched last night, which many of you did, we try to show like where is this money being committed to for that fiscal year.
Thank you.
I'm all set, thank you.
Thanks, Max. Max,
Yes.
I know you talked to the.
Yeah, I had one other
IT,
question, Mr. Chairman. I had a question, I know Chromebooks got a lot of heat, but I want to ask, through you to the town administrator, whatever items on this list are gonna come up every year that we're gonna have to allocate a similar amount of money towards?
Through Mr. Chairman, just a quick, I think what Max is trying to get to is more operational stuff. So a lot of the public safety gear, I think we've talked about this for decades now, about why we can't fund, turnout gear for police. I mean, a lot of towns have cruisers in their budget. Like if you look at Natick, everybody loves Natick, they have in their budget cruisers, right? So they just buy 5 or 6 of them every year. We don't have anywhere near the tax levy as Natick or Needham or those communities. You're probably in here, portable radios would be an example, probably the Chromebooks. I think there would probably be a certain amount of money in Tim's budget on laptop replacements, that would probably be an annual cost. I don't think the access points fall into that category, but I think laptops and computers probably fall into that habitual thing. That's just a quick,
Okay. What about police vehicles? Does that come up every year?
It does come up every year.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Sped vans have come up every year, but I think to the superintendent's point earlier, we've gotten pretty far ahead on those, so maybe there'll be a gap year at some point. Yeah. Those are the things that just jump off. I'm not reading through every spreadsheet here, but those are the things that jump off. The tasers, those are every year. The portable radios are every year. A lot of times in the past, I will say, we've gotten grants for some of this stuff from the federal government, and obviously those grant programs have dried up largely. I know they got a big radio one maybe 4 or 5 years ago that was for several years. Those are just a few of the things that I can think of. I'm sure the superintendent probably has some other stuff that you guys have.
I yield.
Okay.
I don't really have any questions because you guys asked them all.
Okay.
So, but
I would hope so.
But, and you asked, everybody asked something I had written down, because I had like 3 pages, so you guys should be counting your blessings. But I do want to say, just kind of touch on, because I've been actively watching the, trying to watch the finance in the schools. And to your point with why they don't return money, here's an example. When we were talking about the senior center, the $750 for the sprinkler, and the gentleman came up with facilities, and that's what they're budgeting for, but he goes, could cost less. So if it costs only, say, $500,000, there's gonna be $250,000 that's not gonna get used, it's coming back to the town. With the schools, after they pay their salaries and everything that's unfunded, literally what's in their budget is already planned out to be spent to the penny to the end of the year. So if they do have $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 that comes back, then that's almost like a plus, because they're not over budgeting and just saying it could cost us less, but we're asking for this much more just in case. It's kind of like DPW, police or fire. They might ask for something and it's this amount, but when they go to do it, they got something different, so it didn't cost much. Money can come back to us. I think that's where the difference is between the town departments and the school departments. You know what I mean? Like, we get free cash from receipts, so when the ambulance goes out, that money comes back. The school's not doing that. And like with the police and stuff, I really do wish we could get to the point with the police and fire and the safety equipment, it just becomes part of an operational budget that they can just basically count on having every year because they should have it. It's gonna take a while to get there. But I think that might be why the school's not returning as much. And trust me, I was hard on the school, so, for a few years, but I've been paying attention very closely to their meetings. And I think that's why they don't actually have the money to give back at the end of the year. They're really budgeted to the penny. That's just my opinion. But everybody asked all my questions, so I'm pretty much okay. And I yield, and I like tier 1.
You're up, King.
All right, well, I like tier 1 as well. I guess I'll just make a comment on both the security and the Chromebooks. With security, if Lucas says we don't need it this year, if it's, you know, if the current cameras are okay, I'm fine without spending that money. But on the Chromebooks, these students, this is what their main device that they work off. They need to have a decent device to work on. I'm not for cutting back on that. I mean, if we want to talk about down the road in the future of changing the way we do Chromebooks, so the school takes care of them, or we wean them off this process of using capital, fine. But for this year, I'm definitely on board for replacing these Chromebooks so that these students, they keep them till the end of high school. They need to have a good device to use because it's the main thing that they work on. That's it for me.
That's it.
Feel bad.
It's, oh, I didn't get you? I'm
No.
sorry.
I
It's
commented
been a-
on technology,
Yeah.
but that was it.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
No, okay, no, that's okay. Nice to see that Michael and I are going to the dance together. We can keep each other company. So, it's really difficult because I feel like for years, we rally around these conversations and everybody gets into their camps and everybody makes these decisions like, oh, you're a pro-school guy, so that means you gotta be against the cops and the firemen and the fire staff. And I'm like, no, that's not the case. Like, you can absolutely want what's best for the whole town and still be critical of some decisions. And I realize that our place as a council is not to tell the school committee how to run the schools. But it is our place to question funding and to question how funding gets used. And everything is a decision, right? If the school department is, for example, making the decision that a main principal with 4 assistant principals is critically necessary at Franklin High School, it's a decision that they've made, and it's a decision that they're willing to fund at the detriment of something else. If they're making the decision to put 2 principals at an elementary school and 2 principals at another elementary school, those are Lucas's prerogatives to make those decisions. I'm not saying anything against that, right? But when you make those decisions, that means that money then isn't available somewhere else. And on an 80-something million budget, I don't care if you are the best budgeter on the planet, you can't possibly tell me that you're spending every penny down to the penny. And because every department deals with personnel. Every department deals with trying to make ends meet with very little. Yet every department, even the small ones, are cranking fees and turning it over. And I am embarrassed that our police department and our fire department and our DPW have to come to us every year with these lists. Why should our police department have to ask for protective gear? Why should our fire department have to ask for protective gear or radios? It's craziness, people, but we've talked about this now for 5 years, if not longer, right? But here they are. They tried putting in their operating budget one time that I've been here, and then it got taken away, right? One time. And I even remember Lucas's predecessor put some money in the budget for replacing Chromebooks. I think it was one time of 250 grand, but then it got taken away because other things became a priority. So, like, I get it. You make choices. Every department head has to make choices with the money that they're given. For me, to what Councilor LeBlanc says, the safety concern at the school is absolutely more important right now to me than Chromebooks. Maybe there's a way for FY27, for Lucas and his group to go back and find the money for those Chromebooks. I don't know. But if we're saying to our police department and our fire department, you can't go back to your budgets and get these things, then unfortunately we have to be willing to have those uncomfortable conversations with our friends at the schools too. And that kills me, because my inbox is going to be full now from everybody that said, I can't believe you said those things about the schools. I thought you were a pro-school guy. I am a pro-school guy. I 100% support our schools, I support our athletics, I support our arts, I support our music. I give and I give and I give as much as I possibly can. But these numbers aren't making a whole lot of sense. And I would support an amendment when it comes up, Councilor LeBlanc, about making that change for now. And maybe the Chromebook thing, Lucas, if if over the next 4 months, 5 months, you guys just can't possibly figure it out, and we have to come back and talk about it again with some of these other tier 2 and tier 3 requests, then maybe that's what we gotta do. I don't know. But for now, for me, making sure that the schools are safe, making sure those cameras are replaced, making sure that I can sleep well at night knowing we've done everything possible to make the kids and the faculty safe in those buildings is far more important than those crappy Chromebooks. But that's it, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure Lucas is gonna have something to, he's my neighbor, by the way. So
Through Mr. Chairman, really quick, I just want to comment on school security and school safety. What we need now are for people to recognize our schools are incredibly safe. I am almost out of breath. This is a study. If everybody on the council wants to vote for the study, I am fully supportive of it. I think it's a great project. I have no doubt. Where I gasp for air is hearing about school shootings in British Columbia and drawing that comparison all the way to Franklin and somehow portraying to our community that our schools are now not safe. What many of you probably don't know, Bobby, you should, Ted, I think you should, we have spent unbelievable amounts of millions of dollars in the last 10 years. I'd like to pat myself a little bit on the back. I'll give Mike D'Angelo a tremendous amount of credit who's not here. Same thing with Kevin, Lucas, Sarah, Miriam. There have been countless people in this community working on school security. Our schools are really, really safe. Every one of you should sleep really well at night. Really. But what happens is during these debates is message gets out on YouTube and on Zoom that we're not safe because we're worried. And I'm worried too. We're all worried. But I need people in this community to recognize there are a lot of people that also believe our schools are like prisons. There's cameras up in every single corner. If the superintendent or the facilities director walked in here and said, we have 80 broken cameras, our servers are down, we're not getting videotapes, I can assure you the superintendent would have put that #1 on his list, guaranteed without question. But he didn't. He did it because it is not an immediate emergency today. It's a study to look at this, and I'm going to tell you what the study's going to show. The study's going to show another several $1 million worth of improvements that need to be done in the next several years, all of which is worthwhile. We need to get those numbers on there. But where I truly get bewildered is that people don't feel safe. Not only do we have one of the best fire departments and police departments in the United States of America, we have one of the best school facilities and school buildings and the most upgraded school facilities of any other district in the area. Our schools are incredibly safe, and what I would appreciate is everybody in the room finally saying that to our children and families and assuring them that our schools are really safe. The superintendent even gave a breakdown of, I think, a couple of the projects we did a few years ago with the vestibules to make sure there was additional stuff. I mean, I can't say it any better, but I really would appreciate the support from everybody in assuring the public our schools are incredibly safe, and I have a feeling that's what Superintendent Jaguar was going to get up and say.
You stole a lot of my thunder there, Jamie. And I wouldn't take the bait. But you got me, Ted.
But Lucas, you said the money was to replace broken cameras.
Right.
You didn't say it was a study.
And the servers that will need to be replaced.
You said that it was
Right.
to help servers, so to
Right.
contradict Jamie a little bit,
I
you didn't say you wanted the money to study and see what was
No,
broken.
study is not the right word. It's about keeping up and replacing as these items age and the ones that are
Okay.
broken needs repair.
Okay.
So that's a mix of both. And you can, hey, listen, I am all about it. What I don't like is the mischaracterization as though we don't value safety, and I think
Right.
that's
No,
came
I
across.
never
Yeah,
said
that's
that.
how it came across. And the other thing that came across is,
I wouldn't
I'm
say
really
coming
tired
across.
of getting pitted against my fellow department heads. We have been working really hard. Consolidated schools avoided costs of $3.2 million. We're still spending in the lowest percentile. we're doing everything we can, and we're sitting up here as though we're asking for luxuries. But then I'm getting pitted against, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not fighting with them. We came in all at 2.5%, came in with a balanced budget. We're working really hard. We made a lot of shifts. I'm not alone. Every single department's done their version of a reorganization at some point. We just happen to have done it the last time. But it's really, really hard to sit in the department head meetings that we have and talk as a team about what we need. And I get it, the money's finite, but I'm not going to get pitted against them. But when you frame things and the way you message things, even your comments about revolving funds and how they should be used, I get emails after you have a meeting about some of the things. So I have to clarify now misinformation. Our schools are safe. We should have, as a superintendent, I should be advocating. I had 3 things on there. They were tiered differently because you can't have it all. I think that was the heart of the discussion tonight. If there's a longer strategic meeting about what we need, I think you would see us wanting to put more into some of those other tiers that each of us had and have larger budgets. But ultimately, I feel as though we had an opportunity, and we still have it, to really come together and have the town council, school committee, FinCom group, and then our department heads, for the first time in a few years, have been more aligned under the leadership of Jamie and trying to make sure that we're really trying to swim and row in the right direction. And I feel like we're at a point, but I feel like what I just heard was, and you're entitled to your opinion on this, believe me, you're in a position to vote on the money. So I'm not arguing, this isn't my authority. But I would just say we were primed to kind of move through this in a way where we could stay unified. But comments like that, I think, detract and put us back to where we don't want to be in the battles and fighting for what people need. I want to support everybody here and everything you're doing. I think the plan you put together for 1 year while we sort out, there are difficult conversations, certainly, but to get through a way of not having to do this again, that's how I started, and I just would end it there. So I just need you to know, I feel like if I left here and I didn't say it, I wouldn't have stuck up for myself or our district to say, of course we prioritize student safety. We do have a need for the Chromebooks. I also know there are a lot of other people who have needs who spoke, and I think we're trying to find a balance. And I think you teed up the opportunity for that to find, and I think you're entitled to also disagree with my recommendations. I'm just doing my job to advocate for my department. But the one thing I've always done, and I'll stop, is try to always keep a perspective of the other departments at the same time when we're trying to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to reiterate, I agree with everything that Jamie and Lucas said on that subject, but for the last 10 years, all I've heard is the same stuff when it comes to the capital plan, and that, yes, the police cruisers that we buy every single year, 3 to 5 every single year. Bulletproof vests, yes, part of the capital plan. The TASER lease program, it's a lease. It's a 5-year lease, but it's out of the capital program. Why? Because your predecessors decided that they were going to move that stuff out of operations so they could balance the budget without asking for an override or anything else to be able to do it. So that's the reason that this stuff that normally would not be in an operations budget is in the operations budget. So we can just, we're there, right? Everybody know now? Okay, because I mean, it happened when I was a lieutenant, because yes, the police vehicles were in our budget. There's even a GL that says police vehicles. It's just been zeroed out for the last 15 years. But that's the way it was. This is the way it is now. And the only reason you can't do anything about it, just admit it, is you don't have the money to take all this stuff out of capital and stick it into the operations budget. Otherwise, it's not $2 million we're looking for. We're looking for 5. We're looking for 6, or whatever else it is. Good luck. Don't envy your job of how we do that, but let's just get to the real reason as to why, is because this town has had a structural deficit for 20+ years. And this is part of how they somewhat fixed it. And now it's come back to bite us in the you-know-what. Okay? Thanks.
He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. But, I mean, I didn't get that we're talking about safety. That was a little bit out of it.
And that is my fault. I was reading a different, in terms of the actual, I think can you clarify, Lucas, or Kevin, are these going towards actual replacement cameras?
It's not a study. It's not a study.
Okay, it's not a study. Okay, that's my error.
So you owe me an apology.
So, what?
You owe me an
I'm very
apology.
sorry, Ted.
You should be.
Okay,
That
well,
was uncalled for.
well, you know, I'm also what I'm, you know,
I'm constantly defending you up here, constantly. I didn't
you know,
deserve that, but whatever, we'll
All
move
right,
on.
let's move on. Let's move on. So I guess everybody said, I'm not gonna speak because we got 10 minutes. So, let's move on to legislation for action. Clerk will read Resolution 2603.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Resolution 26-03, free cash to stabilization account transfers, total requested $451,845. Purpose, continued funding of the stabilization fund per town policy. The OPEB trust fund, continued funding 10% of free cash from free cash with the amount of $451,845. The Finance Committee unanimously recommended this at 9-0 at their meeting on January 14th. The motion be moved and voted by the Town Council that the sum of $451,845 be transferred from free cash to the OPEB trust fund in the amount and for the purpose outlined above. This resolution shall become effective according to provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
You heard the resolution, Jewel.
Second.
Motion to approve Resolution 2603.
Second.
Can I just ask a clarification? Jamie, you've attached a memo here asking us to consider tabling this. Should I read that also?
Yes, please.
So, councilors, in your packet, there is also a recommendation by way of a memo from the town administrator dated February 6th for Resolution 26-03. I'm requesting the town council table this vote until June 10th of 2026, when I anticipate a final budget vote. While staff are prioritizing and recommending to execute the town policy of 10% free cash going toward the OPEB trust, we think it is prudent to wait to enact this resolution until after final healthcare numbers arrive. Final numbers include any deficits and surpluses from the current healthcare consortium and/or the cost of the GIC after open enrollment. The Finance Committee has unanimously approved this request.
So, Jamie, now we have to make an amendment?
You would just make a motion to table it.
Well, we have a
We have a
motion.
motion on the floor.
We have a
right?
motion on the floor right now.
Yeah, you could amend it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Can I ask a clarifier, Jamie?
Sure.
So the Finance Committee, according to one document, you said voted unanimously to recommend, but then you also put in your memo that they voted unanimously to table?
They did. That was a month and a half ago. That was before local aid came out and before the budget model was done. But in working with the staff and just seeing where the numbers were and looking where the budget was, we thought it would be advantageous to hold that in case there was another issue financially. And you can approve it in June, but at least it gives you 4 more months to see where the numbers pan out.
When does he want to table it to?
June 10th.
He wants to, if we were to amend and table it, it would be till the June 10th meeting.
All right. So I make a motion to amend Resolution 2603 to table it until June 10th.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor to move the resolution as amended to June 10th? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's tabled. All right, resolution 26-04. FY 26 capital plan.
Yeah, I gotta find
I move to waive the reading. Oh, sorry, I think it wasn't,
He's gonna read it.
I was gonna move
He's
to
gonna waive the
it.
reading.
Oh.
Is anybody seconding
Second.
Max's motion to waive it?
Is there a second?
I just second.
Okay. All right, so we have motion to waive the reading, and we have a second. Is there a discussion? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, do we want to amend?
How are you waiving a reading if there's gonna be an amendment?
I know.
You can still discuss it.
We can still discuss.
Okay.
Now you move the resolution. Move the
So,
Move
I'll make a
resolution.
motion to move resolution 2604.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Now we go to discussion. Okay. Go ahead, Max.
So I want to, we talked a lot about the issue of things that should be in the operating budget. And of course, I don't think that should be done today, but I do think it's worth having the joint budget committee, joint budget subcommittee looking at when they're talking about the future of our town and how we want to fund things. So I have this amendment to do that. And so this is what it says. I did email it to Ted earlier and to Jamie. I move to amend Resolution 26-04 to insert before the last sentence, "Be it further resolved that the town council refers to the joint budget subcommittee for investigation and report the question of identifying recurring annual capital expenditures for schools, public safety, and technology currently funded through the capital improvement plan that should be instead be funded through the annual operating budget, and to recommend sustainable funding strategies for such expenses. The subcommittee shall report its findings and recommendations to the town council by September 30th, 2026.
Is that a motion?
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
Second that, but we just had the discussion, we don't have the money. So,
Remember?
it's amended.
It's a lovely thought.
No, it's to have them study. It's to have them study it.
Just to,
To study.
They have studied it.
And we studied this over.
But it's
over.
okay.
That's okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Amendment failed.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Mhm.
I'd like to amend the capital expenditures to add back or add the 75,000 for the, do I need to specifically say that line so we don't
Yeah.
get confused?
Yes.
I don't have it in front of me.
District-wide school safety improvements.
Yes,
Michael?
thank you. To add that and to remove the $100,000 for the Chromebooks from the IT department.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Bobby?
Yep, Max is here.
Kevin?
Yep, I think that it doesn't make sense to ignore Superintendent Jaguar's professional opinion about what he believes is the most pressing priority for the schools. I agree that our schools are safe. I think safety is important to keep at the forefront, and as he said, we'll have to replace more cameras later on. I would be in favor of adding it, but I would not be in favor of removing the line item of the Chromebooks, as the schools have said that is their top priority.
I would have to second that. I agree. Could we add it and keep the Chromebooks, James?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can do both.
But I think we have to vote on this one.
No, I know,
Well-
but that was just a question I had to James. Steve? I know you're looking at me, but.
No, I'm just trying to follow where we are and what we're doing.
There's a current
So we have
amendment, there's a current amendment to replace,
So we're gonna vote on the amendment before we
a
vote.
current amendment.
The amendment to
the
replace.
Chromebooks
So he
with
agrees
75,000
with
for
Tier
safety.
1, but he wants to take out the
Right.
100,000 and add 75.
So we
Okay.
vote on the amendment, right?
The amendment is decreasing 100,000, adding 75, so they're losing 25 net,
Correct,
just to be clear.
correct, for now.
Okay. So we vote on the amendment first, right? So
Yep.
let's vote on the amendment.
Unless there's any more discussion.
Is there any more discussion? Max?
Yes, I just want to say I strongly oppose this motion. Yes, things have come a long way since I was in school and we didn't have Chromebooks, but this is something that, it's going to be a shock to our students, waking up, going into the next grade, and not having something that their peers have. And also, yes, our schools are safe. We live in one of the safest parts of the country. Our crime rate has gone down year after year. you know, and especially in terms of violent crime. I think that, you know, in putting some cameras on a building really, it's gonna make us feel good, but is it really gonna help us be safer? I don't think so. So I encourage a no vote on this motion.
All right, let's vote. All in favor?
I'm requesting a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought anybody could request a roll call. Where is that?
We should just do a roll call vote for the rest of them. Ted, all right?
That's fine. So right now, if I understand it correctly, the amendment is to remove the $100,000 on Tier 1 from Chromebooks and replace it with $75,000 for the district-wide school safety improvements as outlined in Tier 2.
Right.
Okay. Counselor Ojukwu?
No.
Counselor Morangello?
No.
Counselor Malloy?
No.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Griffith?
No.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
No.
Myself is a yes. Counselor Grella?
No.
And Chair.
No.
So the amendment fails.
I would attain a motion to keep the $100,000 Chromebook and add the $75,000 for security.
Second.
Discussion. Vote on the amendment.
One thing at a time, sir.
So, sorry, just briefly, I can support this, but I will just call out that just remind us that the superintendent did just suggest that 75, they can wait a year on.
Right.
So, just mention that.
Mr. Chairman, can you read me the amendment again?
The amendment is to keep the $100,000 for the Chromebooks and add the $75,000 for the cameras.
So the amendment really would just be
Just
to
to
add.
add.
Add the 75.
Just adding,
Yeah.
Just adding 75.
for district-wide school
Add.
safety
But
improvements.
yeah, just add the 75. We've been talking about the Chromebook so much, I had to add it in.
School safety improvements to the resolution. Sorry,
We actually have to vote, we actually have to vote
just extend the
to
meeting.
extend the meeting.
No, it's until the motion, the
Yeah,
main
Yeah,
motion.
when the next motion comes, when we're done with this, because this finishes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I believe the amendment to Resolution 26-04 is to add $75,000 for the district-wide school safety improvements. Are we ready to call
Yeah.
the roll? Counselor Ojukwu?
Yes.
Counselor Morangello?
No.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Griffith?
Yes.
Counselor Tripp?
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Counselor Grella?
Yes.
Counselor DeLorco?
Yes.
Motion passes. Amendment passes.
Amendment passes.
So now do we have to do the full resolution,
We
right,
have to
Mr.
do
Chairman?
as
Okay.
amended.
Have to extend the
So-
meeting first.
Huh?
No,
Oh,
it's still
we
main,
have
still the main
to,
motion.
I think it's an addendum.
No, I think because
right?
we're still working on this, so we can.
Yeah, I think we're okay for now, and then the
Yeah,
next thing
until-
has to be.
Until
So we
this
finish
one
this
goes,
Okay.
the 2604,
Okay.
Yep.
and then we have to vote on the,
To do the last two.
All right, so I make a motion to approve Resolution 2604 as amended.
Second.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Anybody, just for the record,
Yeah,
opposed?
no.
No. So now we have to talk about extending the meeting.
I think we still vote on it.
Yeah, gotta make a motion and vote on that majority rules if we go past 10 o'clock. So I'll make a motion to extend the meeting so we can finish the agenda.
Second.
Yeah. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting extended. First time. So, did we vote on it?
We voted, we approved the capital plan, so now we're on to enterprise.
Now we're on to enterprise.
Then we have gift acceptance.
Yeah, so, resolution 2605, FY 26 capital enterprise funds. Clerk will read the resolution.
Make sure you read it right. Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is Resolution 26-05, the appropriation of capital FY 26 enterprise funds.
Motion to waive the reading.
Fine.
Second.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye. Right.
Opposed?
Great.
Okay, so make a motion to approve Resolution 2605.
Second. We have a second.
I'll second it.
All in, okay, discussion.
I'm fine for now.
Any discussion?
Yeah, it's enterprise funds, so, okay.
All right, we got a motion and a second on the floor, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed. Motion passed. Resolution 2609, gift acceptance, Veteran Service Department, $450.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Waiting for that.
All right,
All in favor?
oh wait, we have to make a motion
Discussion?
to approve.
Yeah, no, but we have to.
Oh, we have to, for the reading.
For the
Yes, you're
reading.
right. All in favor, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Okay, make a motion to approve Resolution 2609, gift acceptance.
Second, we have a second.
Second. Discussion?
Discussion?
I'd just like to thank
Thank-
the donors, Mr. Chairman. I think it's only right that
Right.
we thank Ms. Borgia, Ms. White and Vera, Ms. Souza, and Ms. Scoba for the total of $450 to the Veteran Service Fund. Thank you very much to all of them.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Future agenda items?
Not for me.
I'm just gonna, you said no, right?
Who said no?
I'm just gonna put in my monthly plug to get subcommittees up and running again. I know we talked about those a little bit earlier, but I think I've said it now we're at
We
the
need help.
second.
We need help.
I know, but I think we've made it clear that like we need a plan. We need, I would say, getting the budget subcommittees, getting the economic development subcommittees going. That will help us make that plan. So here's my monthly plug to get
Yeah,
subcommittees going.
I think we're gonna do liaisons, so before we get people in there.
But doesn't that run us aground of like string deliberation if we do liaisons? No? Yeah?
Technically, it does, sorry.
Yeah, technically it does, huh?
Yep.
Not really, but, you know,
Well, we'll
I
have to.
think the issue that's not being talked about is the bandwidth issue, and I'm sorry to continue to bring it up, but, I don't know who's gonna do these meetings.
Because you can't, yeah.
What about the
I'm
new
already
director?
working, you know, sorry, like, I know you don't wanna hear it, and I know people, it's late at night, but it's like getting very frustrating to keep adding more and more. We don't have the work, I don't know who's gonna do all this work. I'd love to have subcommittees, but I just don't know, I think they're on the goals, so maybe we'll finalize them on March 4th. But I'm just a little exhausted from it all, so I don't know who's gonna do all this work. So I'm so very sorry to say that, and I know that's not what people wanna hear. I wanna tell everybody yes, but I don't know how to have an EDC. The joint budget committee, I will say, on the finance committee is gonna pick their appointees on February 25th, so I think the joint budget can probably get up sometime, soon.
Mid-March.
But in terms of Councilor Callaway Tripp's comment about another budget committee or something, I think we have to all work together and figure out what the bandwidth is to do this and who's gonna staff those committees, because I can't do 4 nights a week of doing meetings. Like, this is just, if I gotta go to budget meetings too, I mean, it's just getting very, and yet, I obviously can see that there's probably not gonna be support for a deputy town administrator, and I understand that, but I don't know who else is gonna do all this work. Economic development, it's just getting very thin, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Just respectfully,
Yeah.
Jamie, I understand you are stretched very thin. I know
Cellophane
that
thin.
you are also doing the MMA work.
Yeah, it's over.
Which is, okay.
And maybe somebody could ask me what I do. Maybe somebody could ask me how much time I spend on it, maybe why I do it, and maybe the cost benefit of how it brings to the town, because I need to go bang Beacon Hill for money, because obviously here's a problem. So I know that people have that, but it's very frustrating because nobody comes and talks to me about it. Nobody says, what does it entail? What am I doing? My term's up. I don't even think anyone knows that. And it's very frustrating, it really is. And then we just got to do more meetings, right? Which then leads to more drafting, more work, more agendas, more priorities, and I feel like all the department heads were here tonight saying, like the chief, like we're not managing expectations well. It's just very, very frustrating. So, and every time I make a small error, then I get grilled. So it's very, very tense. I have a lot going on. It's not just MMA. It's a lot of stuff here. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about what I do, what my hours are, and a lot of other dynamics about the bandwidth of myself in addition to the staff that are out here, the finance team and many others. Like, I think we have to have a really, really hard conversation about that, because this is not sustainable. So, I'm sorry.
So if we're not going to fill subcommittees, do we need to vote to close them? Do they just exist out there unfilled? I mean, I don't know. And if we voted to open them, do we need to vote to close them?
I don't really know the answer to that question either, but I mean, this isn't, like, we haven't had them in 5 months. Like,
But we're not saying we're not gonna have them in case we do get help to him, then maybe we can do, you know what I mean, but until then.
But just to clarify, Jamie, don't those subcommittees have end dates?
I don't think so.
No.
They didn't have them like the other
I
ones?
mean, I think the
Not
end of
like
dates
the
are when
police
the election
department,
happens.
Yeah.
But, so if people can make suggestions on how people can attend all these meetings and do all these meetings, I'm open to the ideas.
Maybe we'll talk. Councilor Blaine? Max?
I'm all set.
Nothing. Okay, future agenda items, I think we have to talk about the fire truck, don't we? Not now?
I don't know, man. I just think it's just.
Chuck Allen, Fire Chief. Just real quick, I know we're up against the time. We had a fire truck that we had to take out of service, so it's currently not being used. It's a vital piece of equipment. It has a serious safety issue with the frame, and we're gonna have to replace it. So that, we are actively working on a plan to replace that now, and that'll probably be before you in the future, hopefully soon. So I'll let you know, I would encourage, or ask all of you to reach out to us individually, and we can give you whatever information you want in the meantime. And that's it. So I do just want to say too, and I know, listening to the budget conversation tonight, we all rely on each other, our departments. I can't tell you how many times we have to talk to Jamie during the day, and he's busy, or we work with each other all the time. If as a fire department, if you cut public works, then you're reducing our ability to protect the community, because we rely on the water mains. Our ISO 1 rating is reliant on a lot of public works. you know? If we can't get in the schools, we can't, you know, reduce our risk of the community. You know, if we can't get in the senior center in front of the seniors, we can't help the seniors and get, you know, we all work together here. We really do, and I just wanted to, you know, quickly say that, so. But as far as the fire truck goes, if you could reach out to me, I can give you a little bit more information on what's going on with it. It just happened last week, but the vehicle's out of service, and we do absolutely need to replace it, so.
How much
that's
are you
it.
gonna need, chief?
We're trying to save as much money as we can, trying to buy a demo model. Ordering a truck is absolutely out of the question. They're 36 to 48 months. This vehicle's out of service now. So we're really looking at a cost, best case, about $935,000, which is crazy for a fire truck when you think we just bought 2 last year for in 2021 for $540,000 apiece. So it's almost a double cost increase of what they are today, but it's not gonna be avoidable, so.
It's a demo, right?
It's a demo. That's the only vehicle available right now. There's just nothing out in the market, you know.
Nothing.
Most communities that buy them, they're waiting 3 or 4 years for the truck to be delivered, and it's an order, and it's well over $1 million. If we had to actually order this truck, the one that we've identified to try and purchase, if we had to order that vehicle, it'd be at least a 36-month wait time, and the price would start at 1.1 to 1.2, so.
They say 36 months, but it's not 36.
And we're up against the 27 emission standards too, which could be
Yeah.
a big problem, so that.
It's like 48.
Yeah, it's a long
I'm still
time,
waiting
so.
for a ladder truck.
But we do have some options out there, so we are working on it, but we'll get those out to you as soon as we can, so.
Does the demo truck have everything you need? Would it?
It does, I mean, it does. You know, our apparatus that we ordered, 5 or 6 years ago are just standard fire trucks. There's nothing fancy about them. That's all we need. We don't need to you don't need to custom order a vehicle or anything. Usually when you order a truck, they might custom order the cabinets or, placement. This particular vehicle happens to be outfitted just the way we would use it, so it'd be fine. Yeah.
And is there a chance if we don't move quickly on this, someone else is gonna buy it? 'Cause-
Absolutely.
okay,
Yeah, it's
I have a feeling.
actually, if they're holding it for us for 30 days.
Okay.
We might be able to extend that a little bit of time. This vehicle's scheduled, it's a demo, so it's been around a little bit, going to, fire truck shows for sales. Once that hits the open market, it's gonna go, so.
It'll go in, well.
It'll go in a minute.
Yeah, because we're buying one.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
holding-
actually going to a trade show in 2 weeks, actually, so hopefully nobody else wants to buy it there.
They're
but
holding it right now?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah,
30
yeah.
days.
For 30 days?
Yeah.
Probably from Friday or whenever?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So,
We good?
thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, Chuck. All right,
Ready?
ready? Motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn?
Yeah. Do I have a second? Non-debatable.
Aye.